Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick, all here.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we're all here. We're all here.
Hello.
It does sound different in that port compared to that port.
Compared to
5, 1 and
Does
5
it?
are different.
Is it? Oh,
this
you know,
one's
I've
more
never
tinny
tried
over
this
here.
before.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Try port 4, John.
Let's see. Ooh.
He likes port 4.
I like port 4. Well, I don't know. Port 4 is not as good.
Maybe try port 3.
Yeah, maybe I will try port.
It's important to experiment with different ports.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah, port 3. Let's try port 3.
Let's see what happens when John goes to port 3.
It's
Still bad. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to win.
No.
Not going to happen.
No. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how are you?
Nice tie, buddy.
Doing what I can.
Is that green?
Green tie. This is my wedding tie, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
You wore green. Did you have a green suit? Were you like Patrick Mahomes at the Super Bowl?
No. I had a blue suit. I had a green tie. She had a green dress. So
Nice.
we were different, as John would say.
I had a blue suit, and my groom's people wore pink ties, and I had a navy tie.
Nice.
That's how we told the difference. I'm not a bow tie guy. I don't think that I could do it.
Wow. You are out on Kent Pavelka.
No,
Wow.
I love Kent Pavelka.
And Ernie Johnson.
Oh, I'm not saying I don't like people who do bow ties. I'm saying I can't do it.
I was
Not capable.
I was invited to a Christmas party a few years ago to this person I was talking to,
Mm-hmm.
and I just ran into this guy who was there. I said, "Oh, hey, I like your bow tie," and he cornered me for the next 10 minutes, telling me all about bow ties.
Sounds like a bow tie guy to me.
Yeah,
Bow tie guys are weird.
it's maybe there is something there, Nick. Maybe bow tie guys just want to talk to you about bow tie. But Kent, I never talked to Kent about his bow tie.
That's been his thing for the last few years.
Yeah, but he never brings it up which is good.
See, this guy didn't. I think he was waiting on somebody to bring it up to talk about it. So if you'd bring up, hey,
so
nice bow tie.
Are bow tie people the type of people that expect you to bring up their bow tie so they can talk about it?
Apparently, I wore a bow tie for prom in high school, but that's because I wanted to be different.
It does seem like you're making a statement, kind of.
Mhm.
You're saying something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what kind of person is a person who wears a bow tie?
I don't know. A person.
What's that person stand for?
A guy who's been doing Nebraska basketball for 50 years on the radio?
That's true.
Yes.
I feel like there's some
many years.
counterculturalism.
I don't know.
To
I don't know. I don't have an issue with bow ties. You know,
Do you know how to tie one?
I think
no. God,
Kent,
no.
Is,
I've never worn one.
Is Kent still even wearing bow ties in the no tie era, in the quarter zip era?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case too. Interesting. He's sticking with it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like Rick Pitino. He's still staying in the suits. Well, not suits. He's not in a suit, but he is in a bow tie.
Yeah.
You know, Pitino's still doing the suits, even though everyone else has gone to quarter zips.
He still.
Well, I guess Hurley does a lot of still does suits.
Hurley still rocks a suit every once in a while. Not all the time, but most of the time.
Because
I do remember at the game in Omaha last week the moment when he ripped off his jacket. I was like, all right, here we go. Game on.
When Dan Hurley went jacket off, that's when you knew things were changing.
Boy, jacket off.
By the way, speaking of Josh's wedding, did you ever see the only public photo of Josh's wedding? Because, you know, this was all behind the scenes.
Yes.
I'm glad it still lives
the
on.
Wall of Random.
The Wall of Random.
Bo Pelini was there. Trev Alberts was there.
That's Bo Pelini.
Chocolate Hitler was there.
Scott Frost.
Slappy, the Cowboys mascot, was there. Scott Frost. Michael Severe in the Saints
talking
shirt.
about Scott Frost.
Kevin Kugler and Greg Norman.
Oh, I thought that was you for a second.
No, that's grumpy Greg Norman.
Can you remind me what Chocolate Hitler was again?
What do you mean,
Chocolate
Nick?
Hitler. He's a despotic dictator with a delicious candy shell
with the nice aftertaste.
Does he have a nougat or a caramel center?
Didn't we say it was empty?
You don't want to
like,
ask about Chocolate Hitler's center.
Yeah,
I don't
That's
remember.
under, by the way. It's 154.
I don't know why that happened.
Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember why Chocolate Hitler became a thing. It was just. I think the reason it got brought up was how offended he would be that
At being
any
chocolate?
depiction of him would be of a chocolate brown color.
Oh,
And how
triggered.
triggered he would be by that.
yeah,
Very.
he would
The
not be
answer is
happy.
very.
He would not
That's
be
fair.
happy.
Yeah. I think that's kind of where it started. And then somehow someone found us a picture of Chocolate Hitler.
Because it actually exists.
Well, yeah, you could buy it. Yeah, didn't we? We didn't look into
All
it.
the kids
but-
got it for Halloween back in 1940
Was your old teacher?
in
Did he
Germany.
when he stopped teaching? Did he open up a candy shop? Is that where that?
No,
came
but I tell you, that's the one thing I miss about the German classes that we took back then, because we would sell the German taffies
from? Would you like some German toffee?
and the Toblerones. Oh, those were so good. You ever had a Toblerone?
Toblerone's
No,
pretty good.
I don't
They
know
sell
what a
those at
Toblerone
Target.
I don't
is.
even know what that means.
It's like a
That's
triangle candy.
Yeah, it's
It's triangle, but it's long.
yeah.
triangle, but it's long.
It's a long
It's
triangle.
a long
candy.
candy bar, and it's just look it up. Toblerone.
How do you spell this?
Exactly how it,
T-O-B-E-R-L. So why don't you put
Toblerone.
Toblerone.
Yeah.
By the way, I got a text from Adam that says, I assume Fedoni was at your wedding as well. Now, when John made this graphic, this was but weeks
Pre-librarian.
before the famed tweet. So if
Mm-hmm.
we would have gotten married a month later, I think Fedoni John would have definitely made an appearance on the graphic.
He could have.
There's
Yeah.
little to no doubt. I feel like I've seen this Toblerone before, but I have never had any interest
you
whatsoever.
should try one. They're
It's
pretty
delicious. It's chocolate. and
Pepper-
it's like a.
Same.
It's like it's chocolate, but it's got like, is it rice or something?
good. It's not rice. It's
It's not like, but it's good. It's good. I think you would like it.
Yeah.
It's
you
a
like
very
chocolate.
specific center.
It's good.
Let's see.
Is it like
What
a crunch
it?
bar kind of in a way?
It's
Is
kind of like a
Oh,
crunch bar.
I do
John,
love a
actually, they
crunch
have a
bar.
lot of them. So they have one that's a plain chocolate. They have dark chocolate, white chocolate.
I'm
milk
just talking
chocolate,
about the
mint
ones
chip.
that come in the yellow. The yellow.
Yeah,
yeah,
the-
the triangle box.
yellow one.
That says it's just plain chocolate, according to
I
to
could have
be a
sworn that there was.
guarantee
I
Like,
thought
on
there
the
was a
box.
thing in there.
maybe there was. I don't know.
Dumb Debate or Taste Test Wednesday. Should we do this soon? Should we have
Toblerones?
Toblerone?
Toblerones.
I wish I could
Toblerones remind
find.
me of cars when you back up at the airport and you puncture your
Oh,
tires.
I wish I could find those German.
Which I've never
taffies.
done, by
Those
the
were
way.
really good.
I'm not a taffy guy. I don't like taffy.
Taffy.
I don't like Laffy Taffy. Like I could eat a not the yellow one.
Softies is what they were called.
Softies.
By the way,
They were
Joey
delicious.
Joey had a great idea for our next taste test situation.
What's up?
We blind taste test a variety of waters for Josh
Oh.
Peterson,
Very good.
and he has to identify correctly which one is tap water.
I do love water.
They did. Penn and Teller used to do a show on Showtime. It was
Before
called
they got eaten by the tiger.
Before they got eaten by the tiger. No, that's a different Vegas act, Josh. That was
Oh.
Siegfried and Roy.
Siegfried and
Yeah.
Roy.
Oh, I thought that was
Penn and Teller were
Teller.
the comedians.
And the
The
magic
tall,
guys.
big guy and the
They
short
said the
guy.
F word a lot, I think.
They did. They had a show on Showtime.
like
It was called
Magic
BS,
Simon and Garfunkel.
but it was actually spelled out. You know what BS.
I remember that show. Yeah.
And they did a bit where they went to some bougie California restaurant that had this extensive list of waters that you could order, like a wine list.
Okay.
And all they did was fill the different containers from the garden hose
yeah.
in the back
Oh yeah,
and got people to go, this water is very good.
I've
I
seen
like
people do
it."
that with wine before.
Yeah.
The wine tasters.
It was so funny.
That's hilarious. I say we do that with Josh Peterson because he's pretty hoity-toity about his waters. It seems.
Yeah, people are being critical. People are being
we should get
critical of my
so
water
we
takes.
so we'll get like one or two of the famous bottled waters,
We'll get the big
then
brands,
the tap water,
and then we'll get something really nice.
and then
smart water.
we get a sample from the center of the core of Mount Happer,
Oh.
and we melt the water down.
That's probably okay if it's.
That's
in the
why I'm
core,
saying
right?
we dig into the core, because I mean, if we get it from the outside, you don't know what might be out there.
We can
Yeah.
boil it first.
We have one of those scientists come in and he
Have you
pulls it out.
guys noticed that sometimes there's weird? Not even sometimes. Lately, there's been weird slander against Dasani water. Like I grew up, everybody was fine with it, and then over the last few years, there's been this weird anti-Dasani propaganda.
People are either Dasani or Aquafina, but I don't care. I don't care. I do think Dasani tastes like something.
It
is-
has a flavor.
it
to
is it is distinctive in a way, but
Uh-huh.
I don't really care whether it's good or bad or not. I haven't thought about it much. It does taste like something, though.
It definitely has a flavor to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a hater. I'm not a Dasani hater.
No. I'm with Star Wars Fiend. If I get bottled water, I'll get core. I like core water.
I don't think I've ever had
never heard of
core.
it.
Mount
I don't know
Happer
what it
Core?
is.
No, just core.
That's a brand of water.
Yeah. It's
Well, how
good.
about our
I've literally never seen this before.
how about our College World Series sponsor?
Oh yeah, what was that? What was the name of those folks?
Life Water. Zen Water.
Zen water.
Zen water.
Zen
And
water
it comes in the
is-
Coors Light little
Yeah.
thingy, the aluminum.
Yeah,
Big
it
guy.
confuses the crap out of me.
I like
Zen
the Zen
water.
water.
I'm
It's
thinking
pretty
I'm
good.
drinking a Coors Light, and it's like, wait, this is water. To which some people would say, "What's the difference?"
Zen Water.
Right,
baby.
you say that about Busch Light, not Coors Light.
I'll tell you what tastes really good after a day of walking around the College World Series.
A Coors Light
Zen Water.
or a Busch Light.
Zen Water. That's what I'm about. And
Oh,
Powerade. Powerade.
I like
Wow.
Powerade.
Lots
Or
of Powerade.
Sprite. Sometimes Sprite shows
4
up.
months from now, that's what we'll all be doing.
All of
Nah.
us.
All of us.
All of us that are in the studio at 50th and Capitol.
Unreal. I'll be on with Matt McMaster if he hasn't gotten banned from the radio for saying curse words on air.
Yeah,
more.
what was that?
Yeah, Joey, you got to be a little quicker on the trigger there.
Yeah,
too.
Joey. I loved it. Happer. He's giving him the dump, and Joey's just like, interesting.
That's a tough one. That's a tough.
A little quicker next time, Joey.
yeah.
That's all. I hope that our sunflower people come back because those Bobby Witt Jr. sunflower seeds were my favorite.
Oh, Chinook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see them around some like in Hy-Vee, but I don't see the specific Bobby Witt ones, the lemon pepper ones.
Oh, those were the Bobby Witt flavored.
Yeah.
Oh. They have I got a variety pack from them once. It lasted me like a whole year.
I love those
They
seeds.
just dropped off a big box of them at my door.
I'm a big seed guy too.
I love seeds.
I love seeds.
Do you
I
eat
love
them during the
sunflower
College
seeds.
World Series?
Oh yeah.
Some people can't do that. Like John Bishop, because he's got to talk so much.
He's
True.
got to talk. You have to say words.
And
on
I'm
the air.
also not a big sunflower seed.
John, get your hot pot ready. It's almost time.
Yep, the hot pot.
Hot pot and throat coat.
I'm gonna start stocking up on the throat coat today. Today. Just in case.
That's why we call you Throat Coat John.
throat coat.
John was already looking for college baseball on the television, and
Well,
he
there was
couldn't
so
find any,
much
so he
on
found an old
yesterday.
episode
Is there
of
nothing
Price
on
is Right.
ESPN?
I did. There's
Did
nothing.
North Carolina lose yesterday? Did they end up falling? They were down like
they
the
were
whole time
losing.
we
They
had
were
them on.
losing when we left the studio.
Yep.
And then it got cold, and I'm assuming that everyone in North Carolina is dead.
Virginia.
Because the temperature got down to 19 degrees.
George Washington plays Virginia right now. Actually, it should be
Oh,
Whoa,
It wasn't on.
on. Is it on?
ESPN.
It might be on ACC Network. No, that should be on ESPN Plus though.
Yeah, but then I can't watch Diane Parkinson show me the Showcase Showdown.
It's a
Fine, then we
vampire.
can watch Presbyterian at Clemson.
There was a
It's
lot
great.
of swimming and/or diving on today on the ESPN
It's
Plus.
Wednesday's a huge swimming and or diving day. I know this.
Is it?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It is today. It's everywhere.
In the absence of other sports, swimming and diving is there.
I want to throw a kudos out to a friend of the Grum who went through the trouble of emailing all of us last night
Yeah.
individually
Yes.
in
All of
response
us.
to our SNL draft. So for fear of offending anybody who gets offended when we mention our SNL draft, I only do this because, I mean, a good listener of the Grum went to a lot of work to do this. For us.
Seriously.
Yes.
Either that or they're just a savant and they know
could be.
everything about SNL.
They could be.
This would
Email-
have taken me a long time.
Emailer Brett, thank you.
Yeah.
'Cause he did a really good job. They did a really good job too of putting at least my show together. I would watch that. I would love this episode of SNL.
And so what he did was he took all of our drafts and he put together the show of how it might stack up using all of our characters. And
Yeah.
Like I said, he did a really good job. He was very thorough. Did some things I didn't think about. Showing
The
where
listener's
everything
name is Brett.
Yeah, this is Brett.
Thank you, Brett.
So what time did you guys get your emails?
It was last night. It was
Look.
about
Because I
8
want to know
o'clock.
who he sent the email to.
Oh, good
first.
question.
It was
Yeah.
mine. Mine was received at 8:16.
7:59
Oh.
p.m.
I was
8:32.
I was 823.
I was first.
He
that
must have
means he
been
liked mine the best.
He must have been typing them out one at a time. He didn't have this as like a mass email ready to go. It took about 10 minutes in between each email.
I didn't feel so. I got mine last, but I felt like mine was very thorough. But
So was
yours
mine.
felt a little general, Happer.
What do you mean?
I don't know,
We all got the same email.
It's the same email.
I know it's the same email, but it felt like there was a little more detail in a couple of the other ones that I saw.
No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. That's not true. They were the same email. It was formulaic. It was a Mad Lib. You know?
Yeah.
Like Mad Libs.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Reading too much into it.
Yeah.
I think. But yes. So I don't know. Should we put these out here?
What
so
are we
people
doing
can
with
see
it?
them?
John looks like he's trying to do something right now.
No, I was just trying to
he
find the
doing?
baseball game that Nick said was on, but it's not on.
Oh, okay.
It's not on ESPN Plus?
No, it is not there.
Why are we on Motor Trend Fast TV?
I don't know because I couldn't find the Price is Right channel.
So it looks like with mine, because I have Will Ferrell, Daryl Hammond, and then Dan Aykroyd, and Amy Poehler, he said, it looks like mine is starting with like a presidential bit. 'Cause
Yes.
Will Ferrell is Bush.
You got a nice cold open. I did not get a cold open in mine.
Yeah, Hammond and Poehler as the Clintons, and he says maybe Aykroyd as Carter. And then the credits, then the monologue. And then, this is wild. Celebrity Jeopardy, Debbie Downer, I love the Paul McCartney song. And then later, another Paul McCartney song.
Yeah. That was the funniest part of the one I got too. It was like, time for a Sabrina Carpenter song. Time for another Sabrina Carpenter song.
I got a political cold open with Tina Fey as Palin, and Sudeikis is either Biden or Romney, which he kills. He crushes both of those. I got a Homelessville Sprockets weekend update with drunk Uncle Jacob and Pete Davidson,
which is the
Great
reason
lineup.
you drafted that person, right, Nick, for drunk uncle.
Yes, but Bobby Moynihan, I've been going back and I've been rewatching SNL from my youth just to squeeze nostalgia.
Yeah,
he's pretty good. Bobby Moynihan, he's a good utility.
So
guy
I have a bit of a beef, I guess. So in mine, my most famous two players were Adam Sandler and Chris Farley. And right off the bat, we put the best two Adam Sandler and Chris Farley sketches in the A block, which is a good thing. But then we mix it around a little bit. There's some other things in there. But we forget that Gosling is my host.
Mm-hmm.
So if Gosling is my host, I think we get to squeeze in a Beavis and Butthead.
Sure.
A Beavis and Butthead remake. Although I don't have Mikey Day, the other guy who was in there. We could make anybody else Butthead in that conversation. But I think we squeeze in a Beavis and Butthead.
I get What's Up With That in mind too, which I love. What's Up With That? What up with that?
I mean, I get a nice music sketch featuring Bill Murray as Nick the Lounge Singer, and then Eddie Murphy's Bahe, and then Jan Hooks is her Candy Sweeney character. I think that would be hilarious.
I got to tell you.
As well as a weekend update with Rosanna, John Lovitz, and Eddie Murphy as Gumby.
We have done 3 days. We did this on Monday.
We did.
Right. And so there's been almost 3 full days of reaction to this now. I have just heard a lot of people just very quietly say, gosh, I really like Connor's draft.
They?
I really like the end of Connor's draft. Kate McKinnon, Fred Armisen. You guys
we
just got
did the
some
poll
value
question.
picks there. I'm just saying.
The poll question came out with yours truly.
It sounds like they're starting to have voters' remorse.
Oh, I don't know about that. How can you have voters' remorse when you have Phil Hartman and Eddie Murphy?
I don't know.
Impossible.
That's just what I'm hearing. It's just the things that I'm hearing. That's
Impossible.
By many people, a lot of people.
I mean, look at the comments right now. Look at them. Look at the last 2 comments. Look at those comments. Look at the comments.
Has Connor been declared the winner of the SNL draft yet? He had the best overalls. Fred Armisen was a sneaky good selection. You talking about those comments, Happer?
Those 2 comments.
I think I will never forgive you for choosing Fred Armisen. Immediately after I was going to, and then I'm like, nah, no one's going to pick him. I'm going to go with Mike Myers.
Dave was one of the most outward haters of my draft. That's for sure.
It was funny because when Dave first commented, he was ripping Nick's to shreds. And then a half hour later, he's like, you know what? Actually, Nick isn't the worst person of all time behind
I
chocolate.
appreciate that. Thank you, Dave.
Shout out to Dave.
Yeah.
But everyone, John, recognizes that yours and mine are the GOAT in some order. We were number 1 and number 2.
I don't get what makes yours so much better than mine, Josh. I'm not like I understand how John's is different from everybody's, but
Because you picked Horatio Sands.
That's a great pick. That is a great pick.
That's very appropriate of a Bobby Moynihan selection.
No, it's not. No, it's not. My regrettable pick was actually Jimmy Fallon. That was my regrettable.
That's early, man.
That is very
But
early.
I made up for it. I way made up for it.
Yeah,
especially by getting
so late.
Horatio Sands in the 8th round, which was my best pick. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't
Peter
think
says literally the only 3 people that are good on Connor's list: Farley and Adam Sandler, Ryan. Everyone else was just not good, in my opinion.
Wow.
I have an opinion. Happer's list was bad.
That's not
what
a
people
correct
are
opinion.
saying.
That's not what people are saying.
I just don't think I'm getting enough credit for having Christopher Walken the best host of all time.
It's a good host pick. I'll
because
give
he's
going to
start the show. I mean, he's going to be out there.
But what? So you got Cowbell. What other memorable Christopher Walken sketches?
He
happened
literally
when he
did
hosted?
every show he hosted. He did the Continental, which was just him by himself. It was the one where the camera is just on him, and he's playing this guy in a smoking jacket who's constantly flirting with someone who's off camera and always saying appropriate things. And it always slammed.
I'd like to
every time they did it, it always slammed.
I'd like to bring something to your attention. Name the people in the Cowbell sketch for me. Go ahead.
Jimmy Fallon, Will Ferrell. Because Horatio Sands.
Horatio Sands. Thank you very much.
What?
And Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, but wasn't he just like
they were there? They were hammering whatever instrument they were hammering.
All you really need is Will Ferrell and Christopher Walken, and you can just get 5 other, scrubs out there.
But they were there. Fine. They chose those scrubs for whatever reason on that day. They were featured players.
I haven't watched that sketch in so long. I might do that during a commercial break today. That thing.
If you want to invest like 50 minutes, go watch the Peacock special,
the documentary,
where it is only about that sketch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, Peacock's got I don't know how many parts it is, but it looks into the history of the show, and part 2 is just about the Cowbell sketch and how deep they went into it, and it was really good.
I'd watch that.
Really, really good.
Anyway.
Gotten a lot of mileage out of it.
Had a great draft. Many people are saying this.
Yeah, they are. Many people are saying this. Many people.
They have opinions on it, too. It's been, like I said, 3 full days of opinions just kind of slowly trickling in. This is, it's been a good thing. Glad we did it. And I'm glad we had the milk draft on Friday, or the milk taste test. That went over really well, too.
Yeah.
Did you finish your glass bottle of milk there, Josh?
No, probably tomorrow.
There's still that True Moo in our fridge. I don't know how it ended up in the fridge in the break room, but it's there now.
Oh, someone wow, that's cheating.
It does
Unreal.
look almost empty, though, so somebody's been partaking in the True Moo.
Did you guys get your hands on any of the Runzas that we were delivered today by Runza?
Yeah, I did.
No. What Runzas?
I walked into the door at 9:30, and Miss Cynthia was like, "Would you like your Runza?" As if I knew why I was getting a
As if
Runza.
you were assigned a Runza.
Yeah, it's like, "Would you like your Runza?" I'm like, "What?" She's
There's
like,
your name on there.
and then
Nick, I wonder what they put in it.
If you tell
They
me
probably
that,
pooped in
if
it.
you're telling me if they brought Italian Runzas.
Oh, John, guess what they brought?
Do you want mine? It's in the fridge right now.
No, I'm fine.
I've never had an Italian
Martyr
Runza,
baton.
and it was good. This was the first
Oh,
time
I'm gonna
I had a
martyr
Runza.
this.
Where I'm like,
I'm
like
gonna martyr this, man. The Italian Runza is the best.
You can have it. It's right there.
No,
it's
fine.
a mere
No,
5 feet
no.
away from you.
Would you like it, John? I can grab it. For
No,
you.
because it's cold.
It's
I can't
even
eat
got
it
a
cold.
nice
John,
little
put it in the
packet
microwave,
of
John.
ranch
It's
right
just-
on top of it.
It's spaghetti sauce and a breadstick.
It is
It's
not
fine.
spaghetti
It's
sauce in a
basically spaghetti
breadstick.
sauce. It's
what
good,
are you talking about?
but it's spaghetti sauce.
It's good.
It is good. I liked it a lot, but it's spaghetti sauce. It's exactly
It is
how I
not
make my
spaghetti
spaghetti
sauce.
sauce.
Wait, are you saying it's overrated?
No, I'm saying it was good, but it's spaghetti sauce. So you can
It
That
sounds
did
like
have
you're
a tone
saying
of
it's
being overrated, Nick.
good.
No, it was good. I liked it. It's the first time I've had a Runza where I'm like, this isn't bad.
I don't
Sounds
know
a
if I've
little
ever heard
Josh
that
Johnson.
reflective of your voice before.
Yeah, so then why would you insult it in the same breath?
It's not insulting it. It's what it is. They made spaghetti sauce. They stuffed a breadstick. There's a
This
Runza.
does not
Since
have the
when
tone
do
of
things-
enjoying this.
Yeah, this has a very sarcastic
Why
tone.
does it have to be special and complicated for it to be good?
Yeah,
It doesn't
great
have to be.
point.
I'm just saying it was good. I liked it.
It was good.
It was good. I liked it, even though I'm insulting it.
You have
I'm not
Josh Hodgson
insulting it.
disease. You have it.
I'm not insulting it. You
You've been
guys are just so
infected.
cynical. You think that I can't have a serious take about anything. So you think
Well,
it's
Nick,
just
it's
sarcasm.
the tone in which you're like. They're like, yeah, the Italian runs, and you're like, yeah, it's just spaghetti.
That's true.
I don't have a tone, Josh.
Yeah,
No.
you definitely have a tone. What were you expecting from it, Nick?
I don't know. I've never had an Italian Runza. I bit into it, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you definitely liked it.
This is getting
I can
less.
tell how much you liked
it. This is getting less enjoyable with every syllable.
I ate the whole thing, and I liked it better than any Runza I had ever had before.
Oh.
That
low bar.
also is not saying much
No,
because
it-
I have a
that can't
feeling. I have a feeling. And Runza, I can't stand.
Yeah, all the other
comments
Runzas are
coming up.
crap.
No, I mean, I've been on record before. I think Runza's not good, except
This
this
is like-
Italian Runza was good.
This is like when we watched the movie that was set in Nebraska. Nick just was getting triggered that they made Nebraska references the whole time. Nick hates Nebraska.
I wasn't triggered they made references. I think they leaned too hard into it. I think it got pandery at a point. There was a way to do it subtly without bashing you over the head. Get it, Nebraska?
Well, I mean, when you consider that not a lot of people watch that movie aren't familiar with Nebraska, maybe you have to beat it into their head just a little.
I think most of it was just fan service.
Just
for
admit it.
Nebraskans.
Nebraska's better than Iowa. It's time to finally say it, Nick.
That's
And
right.
you're saying
because we have the Italian Runza and you don't.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Oh, there's a
question,
Runza in
is
Council
Nebraska
Bluffs.
better than Iowa.
Council
Well, yeah,
Bluffs
but
is
that's only
Iowa.
because we gave it to you.
Yeah, Council Bluffs is just
We've
Omaha.
given you Casey's and Come and Go.
Wow.
I mean, I can do without the come and go. Casey's
Yeah, why do
is
I
fine.
need come and go?
Come and
Yeah.
Go's great.
I already have Casey's
Yeah,
and QT.
and QT
Mm-hmm.
and Quick Shop.
I think Quick Shop's also an Iowa thing.
I didn't know Nick
I don't
had
know
beef
what
with
that
Runza.
Oh, he hates it.
It's just overrated. Runza, and then everyone's like, "Oh, you don't get the Runza at Runza, you get the burger." Why
That's what
the
I
hell then name the restaurant Runza if nobody likes the Runza?
Why would you
can't
name
name
it
a place
burger?
See, that's
Go
a
to get fast
misnomer.
food at Burger.
Many people like the Runza. Otherwise, the place wouldn't have been
Actually,
open.
you know what? You're right, Nick. I want to name a restaurant Burger.
Burger,
That would be great.
burger.
No, but
And then your most popular item is a cabbage and meat stuffed bread.
the first
It's the
time
most
The burgers
complicated
suck. Get
Yes.
the Runza, though. It's really
the
good.
first time I had Runza, somebody is, "Oh, how do you feel about it?" I'm like, "It's fine. It's nothing special." I'm like, "Oh, that's because did you get the Runza at Runza or did you get the burger?" Like, I got the Runza at the place called Runza. Why would I get the burger? And like, oh, the burger's the best.
What about those fries, though, Nick? Tell me about them.
Oh, I like the fries.
Oh,
I like the
those fries
frings
are
a
good.
lot. I know John hates the frings because it messes with the ratio.
Yeah,
but
you don't need
I like that
order
it's the
order a
option.
large of both, and then you get a really nice order of rings.
That's a great
I do
take.
like Runza fries. The Runza burger, it's fine, but I don't think it's the best thing in the world. It's
For the
it's a
record,
fine burger.
I'm agreeing with Nick on this. I think the Runza burger it's okay. The best fast food burger, in my opinion, is Don and Millie's. That is the best fast food.
You
burger.
consider that fast? Is it fast? Is that fast?
Don
food?
and Millie's is
Yeah, it's fast food.
They have a
Is it?
drive-through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that are there Don and Millie's in other places, or is that just an Omaha thing?
No, there's one in Lincoln.
I love Don. and
Omaha,
Millie's.
is it outside of Omaha, Lincoln?
I
Is
thought
that just in Nebraska?
wasn't Don
thing?
and Millie's? Wasn't that one of Bob Carey's investments?
Is Broncos only an Omaha thing, or is there
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I would also consider Broncos fast food.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
They have a
absolutely it
drive-thru.
is. Broncos is great. Big fan of the Broncos.
Don and
I mean,
Millie's,
Broncos
Omaha,
burger.
Lincoln, Bellevue. That's it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Don and Millie's. Great burger.
I'm-
oh, man.
I'm pretty sure Don and Millie's was one of those things that Bob Carey was invested in,
Thank you, Bob.
like Grandmother's Restaurant
Thank you for the
Bob.
bridge.
and the
Bob.
Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Did they finally get the little appendage done?
It's done. I don't know if it's open, but it's definitely a complete bridge.
I thought I saw something that said the Baby Bob was open, but don't quote me on that. I just thought I read that.
We're
Don't
back.
put it on the internet. that
This
Baby
is
Bob
fodder
open.
for many baseball broadcasts coming up in
Mm.
just a few short weeks.
Look at that Baby Bob.
Look at those people.
Why did they make the Baby Bob again?
Well,
so you
that
can
have
connect
access.
to the Bob.
Yeah, but why?
So you don't have to walk Nick around the.
the parking lot.
Yeah, you
all the
can't
way
get to
down.
the Bob without driving to the Bob. Then
Yeah.
what
And it
point
takes
is it?
a.
Yeah.
fair.
Now people, when they leave the College World Series, can take the
They
Baby Bob to the Big Bob, cross that meridian line on the Missouri River, make their bets on LSU beating Alabama, and then come back.
And then they
Dude,
can hang out with
that's
the tin-
actually huge.
That is.
That's fantastic.
They can hang out with the tinfoil man too.
Happer, if the College World Series is sponsored by any gambling this summer, that's what you could do for one of your reports. Guys, look at this. I'm over on the other side of the bridge gambling right now.
I'm placing my bet.
This is
What
brought
should
to you
I
by-
do? Yeah.
You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
That's a good idea. It's a great idea. Thank you. I'm collecting all the information I could get for many, many reports on many things.
That's a little hint out there for all of our gambling providers out there that you should be sponsoring this year's College World Series.
Or other things.
Yes. And Connor will do a live report out in the middle of the Big Bob.
I'd be happy to.
Because Baby Bob, no betting on Baby Bob. Baby Bob's still on the anti-gambling side of the river.
Or we could get a VPN sponsorship, and then I could just stand where I am.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
And say, I'm using
I'm
VPN. And
Nobody's endorsing that.
That's a great idea, too.
That's not an endorsement. That's
We
not
should
us
do
telling you
VPN
to do
sponsorships. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, why not?
People want to protect their privacy, Nick. In this era, you got to protect your privacy.
Oh, in protecting your privacy with a VPN, great idea.
Yep. And
Yes.
other things, too.
I would like to keep
But
it
we're
private.
not endorsing or
I
giving ideas for those other things.
I would
No,
like
we
to
just
keep
want
it private
sponsorships.
that I'm betting on Penn State tonight. You know? I'm going to keep that information private.
John.
They got to factor in a
Unreal.
lot of things, the crowd, the environment, things like that.
That's what I'm factoring in. I mean, it's a snake pit there at Penn State. Everybody knows this.
It's very difficult to play there.
You know,
God,
I hear
hate
that
this
I
stupid
hear that the
arena.
whiteboards are a little more sturdy than the whiteboards in, suburban Chicago.
Yep. All of a sudden you walk out of there and you got two broken hands.
Pretty
two
soon-
broken hands.
Look at these hands.
Fred could end up bleeding to death on those whiteboards.
That would be horrible. That'd be horrible.
And
It's a
then
hockey
what,
arena,
and then
right?
what do you do? And last time I checked, in games that Fred Hoiberg was unable to finish on the bench, Nebraska has never won. So
That is true. He had influenza last time that happened.
yes, it was not COVID.
Definitely not COVID. It was influenza.
He was not patient zero,
one of the influencers.
and neither was Tom Hanks.
By the way, we got a text from Aaron that says Nick doesn't like hamburgers by Runza. What fast food does he like, and does he instantly become the worst foodie at the radio station?
If you're going to Runza, you can't call yourself a foodie because if you go to any fast food,
Well, you
can't
have to
call
have a
yourself
halfway
foodie.
decent take every once in a while. Let's say on food.
Yeah.
If you're going to be the foodie,
I'm not saying I'm a foodie though.
or if you're going to be
Just saying it's an overrated hamburger. Everybody's like, it's the best hamburger. It's not.
What is?
It's fine. Star Wars Fiend brought it up earlier. The Arby's cheeseburger is actually really good.
okay,
Really?
perfect. This is great. This is awesome.
All right, when we do our blind, Josh has to taste waters that are all tap water taste tests. We're gonna have Nick do a blind taste test between a Runza burger and the Arby's
But
burger.
also, you guys, I have been on record. I think Burger King is the best fast food burger. I do like
Is
it out
it?
of all the chains. Yes.
We already did that taste test.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
well, that was just for the Whoppers, the different Whoppers.
Yeah. Which we decided that the
Was it the corn one?
Mexican Whopper.
The Mexican one
Yeah.
was our favorite.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The one designed by the person from Nebraska.
That's right. Because we love Nebraska. It's a great state.
But
That's
if we
right.
want a non-chain burger take, I like Joe's Cafe a lot. They have a really good cheeseburger.
Do they?
Benson. Oh yeah, it's delicious.
Hmm.
Thank you,
I've
Joe's.
never heard of this place.
Oh, it's awesome.
Sounds good. Joe's Cafe.
Great.
Anything that's
Sounds
named after
good.
anything called Joe's has to be pretty good.
My take on burgers is that I just like burgers. I don't want there to be a pile of a nacho on the burger. I don't. I don't need it to be anything other than just a burger. Throw some burger stuff on there. Lettuce, onion, cheese, tomato. That's a beautiful burger.
I do like burgers.
No condiments.
It's one tasty
Oh yeah,
burger.
ketchup, mustard, whatever.
Oh, you're a ketchup on a burger guy. Interesting.
Yes,
Ugh.
I've long said that is the one. That is the one ketchup. One-time ketchup.
I'm
is
not
acceptable
offended
to me.
by ketchup on a burger.
The only thing a burger really needs is mustard.
I'm fine
Maybe
with
mayo.
mustard.
That's
but,
fine, too.
but I don't mind the ketchup on the
They
burger.
lay out when we have the burger bar at Creighton games. They lay out a big bowl of mayonnaise. John, how do you feel about that on a burger?
Oh,
I usually grab the bowl and just throw it up against the wall and say, "Get this crap out
John
of here."
starts painting himself in mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise. That's John.
I notice how it's hardly ever used
I don't.
because most people are like, "Yeah, why would I put this worthless white slime on my burger?"
For the
This
record,
tasteless white slime.
I do not find it to be necessary on a burger.
It is totally unnecessary.
It's as long as there's some
necessary.
It's not necessary, but it's good.
No, it's not. It's only good if you put flavor in it. Put flavor in it.
John, that actually might be where your mayonnaise take really resonates with me because I
don't
don't
think it has flavor either.
I don't find it. No, I generally disagree with him, but I don't find it to add anything to a hamburger.
It doesn't.
I think to a sandwich, it's good to have there, like as the moisture, right?
But I use mustard. So.
Yeah, you could do that, but that could be overpowering at times. Like I think it's important on a sandwich, but on a burger, it doesn't add anything to the equation, especially considering I'm already having mustard.
And I always have to tell the people at Jimmy John's, but with the Italian sandwich they do, why do you put mayo on it? It's got the oil and the vinegar. You don't need extra slime. It adds nothing.
You can take that
I kind
off.
of agree with that.
I know. I always make sure, hey, this doesn't have slime on it, does it?
And what do they say when you
Keep
when
the
you
damn
say it
slime
that way?
off. They agree with me and said, yes, sir, we agree. It should not be on
Great take by you.
on this delicious sandwich that doesn't need it.
Maybe you can impact real change, John. You could get all of the.
Sounds like a
Johns.
promo for something.
There's no way I can defeat Big Mayo.
Maybe just at one restaurant at a time.
If Elon really wants to take on corruption, he needs to take on Big Mayo.
That's the corruption that you want him to take on?
Yeah.
I'm saying if he really wants a challenge, that's a challenge.
Thank you, President Elon.
Because I don't think Big Mayo will ever
Something
be
tells me
defeated.
that President Elon isn't the type that likes a challenge. I think he just kind of likes things to be done for him, and then he buys them. That's just the vibe I get.
Thank you, President E.
President E.
President M, I guess.
Tony Wood says brown mustard is better than yellow mustard. I agree. I like stone ground mustard the best.
Oh, I love stone ground
Or
mustard.
back home, we had Dickinson mustard. I don't know if that's made its way over
What
here.
is stone ground mustard?
It has like the
It's basically the mustard seeds.
yeah.
Is it brown, yellow?
Yes, it's brown.
Yeah, I like a brown mustard. I'd be cool with that. That sounds like a fancy mustard. Are you a fancy mustard guy?
I don't know anything about fancy cars or fancy mustards.
See, I don't know if it's a fancy mustard though, because like it doesn't cost as much. It doesn't seem like as like French's mustard.
Really?
Yeah.
It costs less than like the
I think
yellow
it's about,
bottle
no, I think
of
it's
French's?
I think it's about the same.
Interesting. You get more bang for your buck
Although,
there.
Sometimes it does come in like the one I like does come in like a little glass jar.
A little tiny jar.
Yeah.
Big
jar.
old French's. You could get a big old French's mustard.
big old French's. That's what I want.
That's what I'm talking about. Buying them.
I want my keg of mustard.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
I usually buy like a thing of ketchup and a thing of mustard when I move into a place, and then I never run out of it. For that
Because you
entire
never use it, or you just refill the bottle.
my wife uses the ketchup, and then she must buy the ketchup every other time. You know, because I never.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
But-
you buy the first one, and then she takes care of all the rest.
Yeah, because like I never use I never use ketchup. That's for sure. A little bit of mustard.
I think the last thing I used ketchup on in my ketchup days was eggs, and then I migrated away from ketchup on eggs to hot sauce on eggs. I just don't use ketchup anymore at all. I'm in a ketchupless world.
Good take by you.
That is
Salted.
the right take. That is the right take. Salsa much better on eggs. I've never done ketchup on eggs,
No,
even when I was a little kid.
not that much of a child.
Same.
It just seemed weird to
No,
me.
Couldn't agree more.
My grandpa and my dad both did it, so I picked up on it. I liked it. It was fine.
Grandpappy.
Tough look for
Just
Grandpappy.
Well, but when Grandpappy was in WW2, everything had to have ketchup on it because it tasted so
Well,
bad.
Grandpa was born in 1941, so he wasn't quite fighting.
Well,
Could have
he
been.
was around.
I mean, the Germans were fighting 5-year-olds by the end of it. And it's all come full circle.
Wow.
Chocolate.
Designated Hitler.
Why do you think they invented chocolate Hitler? To get all the kids to come fight. Hey, look, if you come fight, we'll give you this chocolate Hitler. Like, oh,
And
he's
that-
good.
That same Grandpappy who was eating chocolate Hitler at age 5 taught Nick how to eat ketchup on his
Wow.
eggs.
My grandpa was born in Omaha.
I'm just saying. He was around during that time.
My great grandfather built munitions. He worked at a munitions factory
Where?
for the war. I don't know, somewhere here.
That sounds cool.
I never got the full details, but he didn't have to go off because he had a kid.
That was dangerous work.
Congrats on the sex, Grandpa.
Nice job, Grandpa.
Was it here? Did they have the roofs of the munitions factories here painted to look like parks and stuff? Because I know they did that over on the coast. Because in
I don't
case
know.
Germany or whatever flew over, they'd wanted people to think it was a park and not a factory.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't know. It's a good question.
you think that worked?
I mean, did anything get bombed here?
Not that I know of. not that I
The
know
only
of.
people that got bombed here were those celebrating the Huskers' last national championship in '97
Woof.
at 72nd and Dodge.
72nd Dodge.
That's when they got
What a
bombed.
time.
All right, with that,
Okay.
that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. Remember, Everlevel repairs concrete. They don't scoop your drive.
People forget that.
Just in case.
Good reminder.
It is a good reminder. As we depart, we've managed to stretch the whole SNL thing over 3 days. Mother Nature has managed to stretch scooping snow over all 3 days.
You had to do it again?
Yes.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, it's just enough.
And it's the light stuff that gets blown around by the wind too.
Oh, wow.
And there was some new stuff yesterday too.
Yeah, just annoying as crap. I'm
Very
out there.
annoying.
It's like, really? Every day this week so far, I've been scooping.
Incredibly annoying. Hopefully the sun took care of some of that today. I think it's sunny out there, right?
It's sunny, but it's a little chilly.
Chili.
The program.
Bye.
On 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton just a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, it's the attack of the whiteboards. Look out, Fred. Be careful.
Oh, God.
They're so angry. And
Well, they should be. Fred punched one the other day.
one of the top left is anime.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the program, everybody. It's a Wednesday. No, it hasn't gotten one damn bit warmer, but at least it's sunny out, so at least when you look outside, you don't feel as depressed.
It does look a little nicer out today, doesn't it?
It does look a lot nicer. It just doesn't feel a lot nicer. You know,
I will say this though: the car felt warmer today on the drive. it felt warm because of the sun.
Is that
coming.
because you had it turned up to 80?
I might have had the heat turned up a little bit in the car today. Might have had it turned up a little bit.
When I got out to get gas, it was like, this isn't so bad. And then about 20 seconds later, it's like, yeah, okay, no, I'm done with this. I'm out.
Yeah, not great.
Can't do this. Can't do
Not
this
great.
at all. The Grum presented by the good people at Union Bank, where your money has people, and the Grum Down presented by the Rooferees at John
Nice.
Higgins Weather Guard. A very normal looking face for a very normal looking show today.
Normal.
What the hell happened to Kansas?
Dude, do they stink?
The band, I think they got old.
No, the basketball
The
team.
basketball team, Nick. The basketball team.
Whiteboards are taking defensive positions in Happy Valley.
Nice. It's a
Oh,
basketball reference.
It is.
This is also a basketball reference. Nick Bob will join us.
Oh.
Nice get, Nick.
See, and so for his lower third, I just put college basketball analyst because I couldn't fit all of that into the thing.
Fox FS1, BTN Peacock podcast, and World War I.
No,
It's
no,
hard
no,
to. Oh, Westwood one.
I mean,
My
if there
bad,
was
my
ever a
bad.
person I've ever known that I could definitely see fighting in a trench in 1917, it would be Nicholas Allen.
Nick
Bob.
Baugh, baby. Nick Baugh.
The problem is he would give away everyone's positions when he would laugh at someone's jokes.
Spot on.
So
Incredible.
Mike Schaefer will be along from Husker 24/7. So Bob's going to join us at 2:50. Schaef's going to go back an hour, but he'll still be here with us as he usually is on Wednesday.
Nice.
What an extra 8 teams would bring to the dance. Because, college basketball is all about expanding things.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb debates today. You can still get in your dumb debates into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Nice.
Use the hashtag dumb debates if you are using Twitter, or you can email the Grum. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank Inbox. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
I got a lot of email dumb debates this week that we can get to later on. A lot of emails.
Robo-umps, but there could be a casualty.
Mm.
When Major League Baseball starts using robo-umps this spring, we have another slice of college baseball.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well,
Nick, have you prepared for this?
Yep.
and did I finally have that chili?
Oh, that's the question that we're all wondering
That's the
about.
question everybody's wondering about.
People come up
402
to me, big strong men, tears in their eyes. Sir, did John have the chili? I say you have to listen for what's for dinner.
402-951-1620 is the hotline today. And today, we're naming it the Bill Self Hotline. It was a bad night there for Billy S. 91-57. Worst loss in Kansas history as a ranked team versus an unranked team.
Yikes.
The largest loss ever by a preseason AP #1 team, which Kansas was. It's their second Big 12 loss by 30-plus points in the Bill Self era, which goes back 2 decades. It's the only time in the last 7 seasons that Kansas trailed a game by 35 or more.
What in the world?
Since losing to Creighton when they were 7-0, Kansas is just 10-9.
Wow, did Creighton start the Kansas downfall? People are asking.
People are asking. And KU's in danger of being unranked for only the second week in the last 313 weeks because they will likely fall out of the poll this week.
Oh, yeah.
And here's a little taste of Bill Self after the game last night in Provo, Utah.
The thing about we need to regroup, get away from each other for a day and go home and hopefully be able to, a lot of times with teams, there needs to be something happen to pull everybody together that is us against the outside. And, we're going to have an opportunity to do that for sure. So a lot of teams go through it. We just haven't been through it much at all in a long time. So, but certainly we're going to go through it this time. So all we have of each other, and we're going to have to be strong for each other and be good teammates and good leaders, and understand that it's if we need to look in the mirror, all of us, and what can we do to change the momentum.
Us against the world. Maybe Bill Self needs to place a phone call to Bo Pelini. He had that art down to a science. I mean, when's the last time Kansas has been in this spot when they're reeling right now? They're just absolutely reeling.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild to see this program with this coach, and what are they, 3 years removed from their national championship now? It's not like it's 5, 6, 10 years ago. This happened pretty recently, and they were number 1, and they were 7-0. So, they got off to a solid start. There are a couple comments coming in. Star Wars Fiend says, people talk about how Culk is overrated. The biggest overrated big man is Hunter Dickinson by far. Chris says essentially the same thing. It's 100% Hunter Dickinson.
The funny thing is when you look at his stats are fine. There's nothing, and I know there's more to life than just statistics, but he's been fairly consistent all season long.
Dickinson has?
Yes. He's averaging 16 points a game. He's basically averaging a double-double.
Mm-hmm.
His field goal percentage is a little down from where it has been in his career. Career 55, this year 52. His three-point percentage is down a lot, but he's not ever been known as a three-point shooter. But his free throw percentage is better than it has been over his career. But because he had so much attached to him and he was the number 1 transfer and this was the big haul. And I remember going back to November or December when we had the matchup here in Omaha, it was, oh man, it's going to be the battle of the big men. And Hunter Dickinson was not a huge factor on that particular night. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Kansas fans. It's almost like he's the scapegoat. Because, he's the outsider. He's the
100%.
guy. He's the guy that came in here with all the promise.
Yep.
And this was going to be the thing that, pushed KU to another national title. And because it hasn't happened, I have a feeling that there's a lot of scapegoatism here.
Well, and this is, John, it's turning into, I'm looking at recent years. I know that they bowed out in the second round in each of the last 2 seasons. How many losses do they have now? What's the, you have the graphic up there.
They've lost, they're 17-9.
So 9 losses is, I guess they did finish with 11 last year, but that means they had 10 going into the NCAA tournament. So assuredly, they're going to have more losses than they did in each of the last 2 years. In 2019, they finished with 10 losses. So that means they had, again, 9 going into the conference tournament. They are getting really, really close to having the most regular season losses, in quite some time. And so that's because that would have meant, because they didn't win the, I'm looking real quick, they didn't win the Big 12.
No.
Tournament last year. No. So yeah, dude, you're going to have to go back a ways to find a Kansas team that lost this many games in the regular season. I'm looking real quick, man. What are we talking about here? Roy Williams' first season, I believe. I think this is going to be the worst regular season for Kansas since the Roy Williams regular season all the way back in 88-89. So we're talking about a long, long time ago.
The good news, Kansas, is ESPN still believes in you.
Oh?
Their BPI. You know why we don't usually quote ESPN's FPI and BPI?
Because we like Bart.
Well, we like Bart. We like
Bill Connolly.
We like Ken Palm. But BPI has Kansas. They dropped 2 whole spots down to 11th. Down to 11th.
That's stupid. That's ridiculous. A couple more comments, John. KD writes, Kansas put together a roster of mercenaries, and that's how they play. A bunch of guys that can't shoot trying to get
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, and again, I don't want to make it sound like Dickinson doesn't have some culpability. He's on the team. But it does feel like a lot of people are focused on, he's the one guy that that's getting most of the attention right now.
Mm-hmm. J-Man, right? This one goes to 11.
Yeah. So tough break for Kansas. By the way, with Nick Baugh coming up, I'm sure he'll have takes on this.
Oh, he's got takes. John emails in, Dickinson and Kalkbrenner, I have absolutely no idea who or what you are talking about. Isn't it baseball season now?
Yes, it is.
Is it time to move on from basketball, John? Is that what people are saying? It's baseball time?
No one's saying that yet.
Well, I guess emailer John did. He has the same name as you.
I'm saying it right now.
Yeah, Nick is saying it.
Baseball.
All right. That's fine.
We talked about Hawaii baseball yesterday. Of course it's baseball time, John.
Interesting.
All right, 402-951-1620. You can also text on that line, the Bill Self Memorial Hotline. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone, Equitable Bank inbox, and JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use that hashtag dumb debates to send in your dumb debates today. We'll get to that later on in the program. But as we continue, Nick Baugh will join us next. We'll discuss not just Kansas, but we're getting down to it. Last 3 weeks or so of the regular season, and then it's on to the best time of the year for college basketball, the postseason.
Ah, yes.
On 1620 The Zone. jarring that is.
Wake up.
Josh not in studio today because he's down at Sokol Arena getting ready for Creighton women's basketball tonight against St. John's on 1180 The Zone, which means you're missing out. I found the Bob Ross Joy of Painting channel on Roku. Wow. So we're watching Bob Ross all the afternoon long.
By the way, it sounds like some of the folks in the YouTube chat, and I guess on the radio as well, were hearing me eat an hour later here at the arena.
You had an hour later?
Uh-huh.
That's random.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Joining us on the Bill Self Memorial Hotline.
Uh-oh.
Nick, I'm sorry, Nick, but it was a bad loss last night.
Yeah, that wasn't great, Nick.
It really was.
When I agreed to come on this show, I was not told that I was going to be on the Bill Self Memorial Hotline. I'm thinking this whole thing now. Jeez.
We're talking to the newest member of the Westwood One March Madness broadcast crew. He's gonna be the studio guy. He's gonna be the Terry Bradshaw of the group this year.
There we go. I'll take it.
You bet. That is extremely exciting. So will you be in LA for the tournament? Where will you go?
Yes. So I'll be in LA for that whole first week, which I cannot wait. Second week, I will be in a place called my basement. There's not sure if you've heard of such places, but yeah. So no, I can't. It's almost like not even real to me, that this is actually happening. This is obviously both of you guys have been around me long enough to know that I'm living out my dream, and a big part of my dream was getting to cover March Madness on a national level. John and you and I have done numerous NCAA tournament games together in which we are screaming Jason Green to each other and all those sort of things. But to get to do this, to get that there is one studio analyst for Westwood One's entire coverage of the NCAA tournament, and the fact that I am getting that honor is it's incredible. I am can't even begin to express just how excited I am to do this. It's a literal dream come true. I cannot wait, and I'm so grateful to everybody at Westwood One. And I always got to shout out my guy Kevin Kugler, because I literally feel like none of my career would be possible without him. I love that guy to death. So somewhere, maybe Kevin's listening. Love you, Kev. It's all about you, brother.
The good news is, you were narrowed to just a handful of people to scream out names. Now you can scream out anybody's name. You can just go, Johnny Broom! Whatever comes, whatever hits, because you'll be able to watch it all. And of course, all the games right here on 1620 The Zone throughout the tournament. So you're going to hear Nick. You're going to hear Kevin. It'll be like it's Omaha has invaded the tournament.
The good old days of 1620 The Zone.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Nick, one more on this. Do you know what the TV setup is like? I always wonder that about the.
Why do you want to go set up his TVs?
Well, I maybe I'll help out, but I'm always curious about the Westwood One home base, whether it's NFL or of course March Madness. Just given how we take in all this stuff, do you know what it's like in there? Is it a green room situation or a studio situation?
I don't know. I'm very intrigued as well.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I can compare it to is there's something called the Avocado Room at the Fox Sports TV studio, where for the few times that I've gone out there and done studio out there, and it's quite the setup, quite the spread, there's just a whole wall of TVs. It's really cool. I would imagine Westwood One's TV setup is fantastic. But I'll take anything. I'll watch games on my computer. I'll do the multi-view. It'll be good. I'll make it work.
Well, Nick, as we were talking before you came on, Kansas's loss last night, and as we got on the subject, literally like the first couple of comments that came into us were about Hunter Dickinson, and it seems like to me this guy has been the poster child for Kansas fan frustration this season. What do you make of that?
Yeah, what's hard is he puts up numbers. Guys, if you go look at his stats, it's a real hard argument to make that somehow he is the issue, or if only Hunter Dickinson wasn't in Lawrence, Kansas, then all would be well. And, even some people have talked to me about, and you see it on social media. I don't know if you guys are in the Kansas social media world, but where they want Flory Badunga over Hunter Dickinson and all that. And I don't know if I fully believe that. Now I've always felt like sometimes there are players that accumulate stats, but they're empty calorie stats. How much do they really actually impact winning? And I don't know. Does Hunter Dickinson fall in that category? Maybe to some degree. I just think, I don't know. I mean, seeing Kansas early, I had their exhibition game. I had a couple of their early games in November. And then obviously, John, we saw them up close and personal when they came to Omaha in December. I didn't necessarily feel like I was watching a juggernaut of a Kansas team. I think on some level, you could maybe make an argument this is one of the least talented teams Bill Self's had in terms of, I'm not sure who on this roster is a NBA first-round draft pick. And if you go throughout the course of Bill Self's time at KU, there's almost always been at least a, NBA draft pick there on the roster. I think it's lacking a little bit there, but at the same time, it's a pretty tough argument to sit here and say that they're just not talented. They're talented enough, but I think there's an element of with Hunter Dickinson. I more think like, okay, I don't know if his ball screen defense at times isn't great, and that's kind of a lot of what basketball is nowadays. How good are you in defending pick and rolls and different pick and pops and different actions there? KJ Adams, DeJuan Harris, and Hunter Dickinson that's their core. None of those guys shoot the three well in basketball in 2025. If your main guys don't shoot threes well, like that's a problem. The paint gets clogged, things gets clogged up. So maybe it's some of that. I do worry about knowing Bill Self so well. I think you can only go to the well so many times of the 4-hour kick you in the face practices of you know what I mean? Like you can only play that card. Like remember when in year one rule they did a full contact tackling practice on I think it was the Sunday after the Michigan game? Was that? Yep. I think it was.
Yes.
Yep. You can only play that card so many times before you're out of cards to play. And that's the thing that I would be fascinated to see what's like behind the scenes at KU right now is like Bill Self is a mastermind psychologist of what buttons to push. And I wonder, they've had so many of these kind of like these little spirals down and they've kind of gotten their way back up. Like I wonder how, if he's out of different cards to play with these guys. I don't know. I mean, and then there's the reality of it that, this is in the transfer portal world, basketball is still a chemistry sport. And, if you try to expedite that chemistry process and you put the wrong combination together, I don't know any of this to be true, guys. I really don't. But I just wonder, I wonder about the chemistry with that group because you just watch them. And while, yes, they're not the most talented team in the world, they're better than getting 30 burgered at BYU.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they're better than what they're showing. So it's perplexing. It really is.
Nick, looking at Creighton, I thought your breakdown of the last week that you did on the pod earlier this week was really interesting because you talked about the kind of potential highs of, going 1-1 and instead they go, well, hell, they could have gone 2-0, right? Instead they go 0-2 in their most recent 2 games. But then you weigh that in with the fear of the Kalkbrenner injury in the moment and how now it seems like, oh my gosh, he's going to be fine. And thankfully for Creighton, they're having a week off. Now, as you've had a chance to kind of marinate on what the last week and a half has looked like for Creighton on the floor with that injury, with him coming back, how is it all sitting to you ahead of a stretch that is certainly very manageable before the Big East tournament?
I still feel good about this team. Now, again, some of that stuff is whether it's the Dosa perspective for a moment that you felt like Kalkbrenner was done, which conjures up feelings about whether it's Martine Krompel or Maurice Watson or take your pick of Blue Jay that got hurt late that derailed a season that certainly brings up some bad memories. Whether it's that perspective or the perspective of what you expected this team to be at one point, and I know for us, I mean, Josh, I think we talked maybe sometime in December, and I think I felt like this group, when Pop Isaacs went down, I thought this group was going to really, really it was going to be a grind. I thought they were going to, I thought a lot of the games, not all of them, but I honestly thought a lot of the games would now this is maybe too strong a way to put it, but a lot of the games would feel like that Georgetown game, not in the result, but in the challenges of just running offense. You remember that, John? Like pick six, Micah Peavy, turnovers, all that stuff. Like,
yeah,
I thought that would kind of be what things would look like, just like clunky offense, hard to enter offense, hard to execute much, just because with their lack of ball handling. So I guess to round it back to what you were asking me, Josh, like I still feel really good about this group because I just feel good about this group in their progression and how they have gotten to this point.
Yep.
And so it is frustrating. There's no doubt. Like we can have both these conversations. Like they got Connecticut on the ropes, up 14. The crowd is rolling. Hassan Diarra is basically a DNP for UConn, and you got to find a way to win that game. Creighton, unfortunately, couldn't make it happen. St. John's, same sort of thing. You know, you're up 5. You feel like you're in control of that in the second half, and your offense just kind of came to a sputtering halt, which St. John's can do that to you. But I feel good about this team. I don't think it's one of those things where they didn't play well, and all of a sudden some things were revealed, like, now that they're coming crashing back down to earth. You know what I mean? Like, if someone would have said before this last week that it was like, Creighton's going to go 0-2, I think you could have maybe said, oh, man, did everything come falling apart or anything like that? I don't feel like the team's falling apart at all. Again, it's not that hard of an argument to make that this team could have gone 2-0 last week and is in the major driver's seat to win the Big East regular season crown. So I feel pretty good about where this group is at, and it is so cool to see Coach McDermott kind of put together a coaching masterclass again with what he's done with this team.
Nick, when I watch St. John's, and this is not taking anything away from St. John's, they've won every game. They've only lost all 4 of their games by a total of 7 points. And while their non-conference schedule was certainly not difficult, they still had to go out and win. And now they've won and they've dominated, at least won most of the games they played in the Big East. But to me, when I watch this team, it feels like this team's going to be a case of extremes. They're either going to lose the first game or they're going to make a run to the Final Four because of the way that they play. I'm curious what you see when you watch St. John's and how they've been able to put this together.
Yeah, it's funny when you project tournament teams and the teams you kind of want to hitch your wagon to.
Mm-hmm.
I just always have a hard time. This is just me. I have a hard time really, really wanting to put all my chips on a team that can't shoot and struggles to knock down perimeter jump shots. That's something that makes me nervous. That's my only trepidation with this group is, all of a sudden you can't, depending on how a game's getting officiated in the NCAA tournament, you maybe run into a team that isn't turning the ball over, and you could find yourself in trouble. But with all that said, that team, man, they are. I was talking to Laval Jordan, who's a DePaul assistant coach. I did DePaul Xavier this weekend, and Laval came over, and we're talking about the league, and he made the comment to me that it's been a while since he's seen a team that can wear you down the way St. John's can just wear you down.
Correct.
And they just throw waves and waves and waves of these big, freaky, athletic, defensive guys that play really hard. That's the one thing you can say what you want about Pitino, but his teams play hard.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are flying around. So I hear what you're saying, John, that I think they are one of those teams. Like I could easily see them in the first round. They get matched up with a 13 or 14 seed that is smart and doesn't turn it over. And St. John's goes 3 for 24 from 3 and maybe they get bounced, but with their depth, how they wear people down. And I mean, cause you do look like, I'm looking at their KenPom page. Like it's a lot. They really don't have the Georgia loss isn't great. on a neutral site, but not horrible either. I mean, that's a top 50 team in Georgia, according to Ken Palm. But yeah, their losses are all pretty respectable. Yeah, I just there's something that I when a team can't shoot, I have a hard time totally getting behind them. But man, it's that defense also is for real.
Nick, who's the most impressive team you've seen in person this year?
Most impressive team I've seen in person this year. Honestly, this might surprise, maybe not coming off of what has happened last night.
Wisconsin?
You know who's really good is Wisconsin's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they're playing really well right now.
I'm just telling you, that team's legit. And they shoot it at all 5 positions. They're smart. John Tonje has totally come in and just fit perfectly. What a find for Greg Gard. I mean, I think in some ways you talk about, like, we could go back to the Kansas thing. Like, AJ Storr leaves, they bring in John Tonje, and Wisconsin just takes off, and AJ Storr is really having a hard time in Lawrence, Kansas. I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's kind of interesting to think about. But for me, Wisconsin, I really like Wisconsin. That I really like Purdue. The more I watch them, and I have Michigan on Monday with one Kevin Kugler at Nebraska. I am very, very excited to see Michigan in person because I've always been a big fan of Danny Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Wisconsin to me in person really checked a lot of the boxes that I like to see. They could shoot it. They have 5 or 6 guys that can all score. They bring experience off the bench. They're smart. They got good size. And as you guys know, like when you're 4 and 5 man can both shoot it, just, the Rocky Doug thing, like it man, does it just totally spread the floor and get the defense all out of sorts. I think that Wisconsin team's legit. I really do. I like them a lot.
Is obviously the question all Nebraska fans are going to have, is this the team that's finally going to end the tournament drought? Is getting Berke healthy a critical piece in that puzzle?
Yes. I mean, yes. I think so, just because I think one of the things that this Nebraska team has going for it, it's kind of like what it had last year, was while they don't go, 10 deep of superstars, they still can throw 8 or 9 bodies out there that can all produce in one way, shape, or form. I mean, you just go down the list of everybody that has played in their rotation. Like, all of those guys have made big impacts in various games, and Berke Buchtengel is certainly in that. Like, I don't think I think Andrew Morgan's like just as serviceable, if you will, as Berke Buchtengel. But I look at even like a matchup like we've just talked about against Michigan. They run that 4-5 pick and roll with Vlad Golden and Danny Wolf. Like, Berke is pretty good in that sort of spot where like a versatile kind of frontline defender that can maybe go out on the perimeter and do some things, also bang with the guy inside. Like, when you have those versatile forwards, he's pretty good in that department. But yeah, I think getting Berke healthy is vital for this stretch. I mean, I think that the front line is always something that's interesting. It's been kind of a work in progress throughout the year, whether it's been Mia in and out of the lineup, Morgan kind of, he's had a couple of games where he's looked tremendous. But I think there's a ceiling to what he can maybe bring for you every night. So I do think they need, especially with the way they play, they want to take away the paint. They want to trap the post, all those sorts of things. Like, you need bodies down there. So yeah, I don't think he's obviously not Bryson Williams or Jawan Gary or even Connor Seaton to me in terms of importance. But yeah, it's just, if you need him healthy down the stretch here.
Do you feel like, Nick, that the win on Sunday, that it saved the season? Or is that, I guess in particular, how the first half was going? Or is that a question that we can only answer depending on what happens tonight and over the next couple of weeks before the Big Ten tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically, right, like we can only answer that based on how things going. But it sure felt like sometimes I am a believer in, how did you feel in the moment? Like,
Yep.
and sometimes that can get you into trouble because we get emotional and we overdo it. We all do. We all fire off tweets in Nebraska football games or Nebraska basketball games that are just like, you need to put them in the refrigerator and let them chill for a little bit. But I mean, when you're down 20 at Northwestern, a team that feels like they were going in the wrong direction, down 2 of their top 3 scorers, like, I mean, it wouldn't have been a good look for your resume. And I always feel like, this Nebraska team, they've obviously had to go through some moments mentally where, you lose 6 in a row. Some of that's in between your ears too, Josh. Like, I mean, I think there are times they felt like they need to stay in a good place mentally. And I wondered, as that game was unfolding, like, man, if they lose this game and they get blown out in this game, I mean, is that the kind of thing that you can recover from? So it did in the moment. It kind of felt like a season saver, but like, don't sleep on tonight's game. Like, I know Penn State's not playing great, but Penn State beat Purdue in State College. Ace Baldwin is going to heat up Nebraska's ball handlers. It'll be a sleepy environment.
Very sleepy.
Like, and so I think even tonight's a game where they better bring it. And so it's kind of funny. We sit here and say all those things, like, watch them be down tonight and all those, they're down 41-28 and all those same thoughts are going to creep up like, oh man, here we go. Is this going to be it? And I think in some ways we got to get out of that mindset, but I think that's the reality of life on the bubble on February 19th. Like it's high stakes, it's high stress every game out. And so I think in the moment I felt like it was a season saver on Sunday. We'll see what tonight looks like at Penn State.
Fox Sports, FS1, Peacock, BTN, Entrepreneur.
Well, plus Nick, you were on the
podcaster.
Mothership. Weren't you on NBC proper too recently?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, how about that?
NBC.
Baby, let's go.
And coming in March, studio analyst for Westwood One's coverage of March Madness that you'll be able to hear right here on 1620 The Zone. He does it all. Nick Bahe, good to hear from you again. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see you between now and whenever, but if our travels do cross, I look forward to it.
I will see you on the 23rd and the 26th, my friend. I will see you for
okay.
I'm doing the
you're doing Peacock
DePaul games.
Okay.
For Peacock. So
okay.
I will see you first, and I'm doing the Butler game senior day. So I will for sure, John, get to see you 3 more times.
All right. Sounds good.
After that, all bets are off.
All bets are off.
I appreciate both you guys. You guys are the best. You're so supportive of me, and thanks for having me on.
You're right.
Thank you, Nick.
You can also catch his own podcast and the Schick and Nick pod on wherever you find your podcasts. So good stuff with Nick. Before we go to break, I only mention this because I know Josh will be interested, but Wisconsin today has extended Luke Fickell's deal now through March of 2032. So he is now back. It's basically a rolling 7-year contract. His deal is now 7 more years. I think it was already 7. I think he's just got a rollover clause, but he has been extended through March of 2032.
Josh, I wish you could see the look on your face right now.
What? John, did I miss something?
No. I'm just reading. It's an email from Wisconsin. That's all this.
This reminds me of when Nebraska announced a random extension of Scott Frost the day that they lost to Wisconsin in his second year.
I remember that. That was good.
Okay, this is dumb.
Yeah. Also,
what are they doing?
Also, Herr Petiti and Herr Sankey held a press conference today as they're meeting down in New Orleans about the future of college sports, and they've got takes, though not necessarily anything about beyond next year, but we'll have some of that and a preview of Nebraska Penn State and Mike Schaefer still to come.
Oh, wow.
Here on 1620 The Zone. This is your opportunity to be a good guy, and all it takes is one selfless act. Next time you renew your driver's license, check off that donor and tissue registration box. Become an organ and tissue donor, because healthy donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation, hearts and kidneys, pancreas, small intestine, and others. Tissue donations such as bone, skin, tendons, and corneas can change people's lives for the better, whether they are cancer patients or burn victims, accident victims, sports injuries, and it all can be done through one selfless act. And the best part about being an organ and tissue donor is it will not cost your family anything after you're gone. Also, most traditional funeral practices are still possible after a donation. Registering is easy. Next time you renew that driver's license, your hunting license, your fishing license, check off the donor registration box or visit goodguysavelives.com. Be a good guy today and find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. Tonight, Nebraska finishes up its brief 2-game road trip in Happy Valley, Pennsylvania.
How happy do you think it is there? Like, generally, what do you think the vibe there is?
Josh could speak to this better than I. He's been there. I have not.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 2-lane road into town. That arena looks like garbage on TV. I was talking to Jacob Bigelow over the weekend, and he's been there because he worked with Nebraska back in the day. He said that place sucks. So, Nick, to answer your question, it's also cold and dark, snowy like here. Not happy. The answer is not.
You think that's a sarcasm? Like it's Happy Valley.
Like when you said Runza's good. The burgers are good.
Well, Nebraska is going to try to come out of here with a 2-game sweep. Penn State's lost 7 in a row and 11 of their last 12. So certainly you're not looking at a team that has played very well this season. Yet I'm seeing a lot of folks like they got the big game nervousness in their tum-tum.
Big game feelings in their tum-tum?
Yep.
It's another must-win, man. I mean, all of them are right now, right? But you just don't want to squander the win that you had a couple days ago versus Northwestern. And you don't want to lose to a team like this. Nebraska's done a really wonderful job this year, John, of not losing to quote-unquote bad teams. Now, like Rutgers and Iowa are probably the closest two, but Iowa was on the road, and so it's fine. The Rutgers loss is definitely hurtful. But that they have been able to avoid that. You don't want to lose this game. Plus it puts you at 18, and suddenly you're like, you can really start dreaming about getting to 20 wins, which I think a lot of people view as they are 100% lock if they get to 20 going into the Big Ten tournament. And a lot of people even think 19 would do the trick. So this gets you just one game closer to that. And again, you don't want to squander what you did, the comeback that you had on Sunday at Northwestern.
Penn State is a team, even though the record hasn't been great, there's not a lot of things they do poorly. They do give up, 35% from 3, which is below average. But they shoot it at a decent enough clip. Their effective field goal percentage is good. They're not bad at turning teams over. You heard Nick Bahe mentioned in the last segment, Ace Baldwin, he's really good on the ball, can make teams really work for it. I think tonight is about, trying to carry over the momentum from the end of the game. I don't think you want to play with fire again for a second straight game and just come out absolutely flat, as they did against Northwestern. And this place has not been, it is. It's a bring your own energy type of place. There's not a lot of energy in this building. I'm guessing there's not going to be a lot of people in the stands. And so while it's not hostile, sometimes those environments are better for a basketball team because it helps you focus. It makes you realize, oh, it's us against the world. This feels more like a game you could have just, picked up on the playground and with nobody watching. And if you come in there with just not quite the right attitude, you can run into problems. But I think if Nebraska just plays its game and doesn't get flat, they should be fine tonight. I will say this: Penn State only twice in Big Ten play has managed as many as 10 threes in a game.
Oh, good. Would you stop this crap?
Stop what crap? This is fact. I'm looking at their chart right now. Only twice in Big Ten play have they hit 10 threes.
Nick, I just added a little bookmark to StreamYard, so let's keep an eye on this at 134.54.
Okay.
For when Penn State hits their first 12 three-pointers tonight. To tweet this at John, and then everyone can go egg his house. John, time to say your address on the radio. What's your address?
My address, 1060 West Addison.
No, that's not your address. That's Chicago, Illinois.
I didn't say
I know what Addison is.
But this, in all seriousness, they've only done that twice in Big Ten play.
Yeah, well, congrats on their third time tonight versus Nebraska, when every team somehow makes a lot of threes.
See, this is why Nebraska fan is what they are. They're always fatalists. Oh, someone said it. It means it's going to happen.
Please. By the way, your favorite listener, Douglas, asking on YouTube, asking for a friend, who gets to 20 wins first, CU or NU? Nebraska, they play tonight, and then they play on Monday. That they would have to win those two games, and then they would actually have to win all the way on next Saturday versus Minnesota. Meanwhile, Creighton plays on Sunday and Wednesday. The answer to this question is Creighton, because they have Georgetown and DePaul. Even if Nebraska was able to sweep it It would take until after that, and if they don't sweep it, it wouldn't surprise me because they have Michigan coming into town on Monday. So the answer to that is Creighton. Creighton's only 2 wins away from 20. Only
Yeah, not that that really matters at this point, but I know why Doug's asking that question. So,
because he's trolling.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Unlike me, who's bringing up facts. Facts.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
he's
exactly.
on a power trip because I bet he thinks he's the reason that the new soccer stadium isn't going where it was supposed to.
Oh, good Lord. Good point, Nick.
That wasn't you, Doug.
Speaking of changes, Ralph Rousseau tweeting out from the meetings between Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey. A couple tweets, John, to read. He says, most notable and definitive statements coming out of a media briefing with Big Ten Commissioners Tony Petitti and SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. They both support changing the seating in the CFP for the 2025 season to match the rankings instead of reserving buys for conference champs. That's a change that could be made immediately, but it would also require a unanimous vote among the 10 FBS conferences and Notre Dame. Unclear if it would get that vote. CFP meeting in Dallas next Tuesday. Expect to be addressed. And he adds, on changes for 2026, such as AQs, Petitti and Sankey were mostly mum. Not mummy, mum.
Mum.
So there's the
well, they're not
latest.
saying anything right now because they know they hold all the cards, and there's no point in stoking the fires currently because the media has done enough of that this week on their behalf, just with the stories. And I'm not saying they were doing it maliciously. I'm just saying by publicizing what the Big Ten and SEC are intending to do down the road, that message is already out there. So there's no point in them continuing to stoke the flames, though it's interesting that they have decided to come out and say, well, we would like to see the seeding match the committee rankings because this is an early test. It's one of many early tests.
Of their power, you think?
Because right now, in order for that to change, it would have to get voted on by everybody.
Yeah.
After this year, when the Big Ten and SEC basically have all the power and have the ability to veto, that they could change it just by snapping their fingers. But because we're still under the existing playoff contract, they have to get unanimous vote among all of the FBS conference commissioners and Notre Dame. Yeah. But this is their opportunity to just say, well, we really think this would be a good idea to see how many of their brethren are willing to play ball now or who's going to be holding up the hard line. And then retribution will come later when, the Barzinis and the Corleones have all the territory.
And that's the thing, going back to and I've quoted a million times this week, but going back to the thing that we talk about, and we'll get to it later on with NCAA tournament expansion for basketball. Like you just said, you go along with it to try to protect yourself at a later date, or you fight back and maybe you end up getting, take, what do they say, John? Taken to the mattresses.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that happens as well. So, the thing about this is, I think they should. I think a lot of us are in agreement that they should. But it's an interesting fight because it would hurt them. Arizona State and Boise State had buys into the second round. Like they were guaranteed to be a second round team. That's one less game that they had to battle and go out and potentially lose. So I understand obviously why they would want it, while also acknowledging this is a change that they do need to change.
Yeah, as much as I can't stand these two leagues right now and their power trip, I don't disagree that seeding them based on the committee makes more sense. You can still have the automatic qualifiers for the conference champions. It just doesn't guarantee you a top 4 seed necessarily, because if there was one thing that was very college sportsy about this first 12-team CFP was the fact that you could have a team who was ranked 3rd but seeded 7th or 8th. And that is
pretty stupid.
That is so typical of college sports, who try to do things the difficult way instead of the smart way. So in order to streamline it and make it make sense, I don't disagree with this in principle. And I guarantee you that when we get to whatever the new format is, it's going to reflect whatever the committee says the seedings are going to be. Of course, if the SEC and the Big Ten get their way, they're going to have 8 automatic qualifiers anyway. And so there's not going to be a whole lot of decisions that have to be made other than to seed the teams.
Yeah, 100%.
Still to come, a playground trick worked last night. And news from Georgia on their NIL efforts and how things might look in the future elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
Plus Mike Schaefer still to join us. And it's a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Wow.
Stibbs sent us an interesting one today from beyond the grave.
That's one way to describe his question.
I think this was stuck in his drafts and just got tweeted out because obviously Stibbs is no longer with us. But I think this one is a pretty good one, and we'll get to that and a lot more.
I haven't seen this one yet. I'm excited. Maybe I'm not excited.
No.
It's coming up on 1620 The Zone. Back here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. The Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV. Wherever you can find us, I just told you all the places. We're everywhere.
It's pretty cool, John.
It's very cool. Very cool, and we appreciate all of you being out there. Sometimes some of the most elementary stuff can still work. One of my first favorite moments as the voice of Creighton basketball was when Creighton went to St. John's, or St. Joe's, not St. John's, St. Joseph.
A lot of Saints.
A lot of Saints.
There are a lot of Saints.
And ran a schoolyard play where it was an inbounds play underneath the basket late in the game. The 4 players who were waiting to receive the inbound pass went into a merry-go-round formation and started running in a circle, and then Doug peeled off
and bit somebody.
Got the pass, made the shot. Creighton wins the game.
World.
It was a play we talked about in warm-ups earlier in the day, and we were kind of chuckling about it. But sometimes it's the elementary stuff that works.
John said elementary. I thought maybe Doug bit somebody.
This was even more elementary from last night's Duke-Louisville women's basketball game. So at the start of the second half, Louisville is inbounding the ball. And when you inbound the ball, you typically inbound in your half court, just past the half court line,
as we all know,
in your front court.
Mm-hmm.
And usually everybody is set up in some kind of a formation in the offensive zone. Well, Louisville decided to send 3 of their players to the opposite end of the floor where they were going to be defending the basket, and it took the Duke defense with them. So as Louisville inbounds the ball, guess what? There's nobody home. Here's how it looked last.
Possession of the basketball to kick things off once again.
Now Louisville is very, very strong in the third quarter, outscoring teams 329. Wow.
And some confusion by the Blue.
Louisville sent 3 of their players underneath their defensive basket, and Duke went with them.
Did you notice? Here, let's replay the start of it again.
Possession of the basketball to kick things off once again.
Now Louisville is very, very strong in the third quarter, outscoring teams 320.
Which that's what happens in the second half in college basketball is the team always shoots on their end of the floor.
Correct.
John, this was a Duke home game. They always play at Cameron.
Yes.
They always defend that hoop in the second half.
Yes.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm stunned that this would work in college basketball.
I am too. I mean, it's ingenious because it's one of those things. Because obviously, the last time these girls were on the floor was the first half.
Yeah,
and
they would have gone and shot at that hoop in the first half.
Correct. And so so they just caught him in a moment where they weren't focused. I'm surprised that the Duke coaching staff didn't notice this and say, wait a minute, what are they doing? You should be under our defensive end. You should be at our defensive end underneath the goal. Mm-hmm. Forget about how they're lined up. You should just be down there because it's not like they're going to press. Teams don't normally press. Now, maybe a team like St. John's, the men would, because that's what they do. But most teams don't press
to come out of the second half.
The inbounds play coming out of the half.
Definitely not.
So why you would even follow what Louisville is doing, because where Louisville's aligned is in their backcourt.
Unreal. Truly unreal that this could have happened.
It was truly unreal.
Joel says, yeah, I did that in a JV high school game about 8 years ago. Yeah, see, that makes sense.
It's an elementary play.
A JV game, an elementary play, even high school. But, man, college at a Power 4 institution, and as Jordan points out on Twitter, I thought Duke was a nerd school. Like, what are we doing?
And yes, and that's the best point, the one you made. Duke is at home.
They know where to go.
So they know no matter what, it's the building they play in 18 times a year. They always know, hey, second half, we're defending that goal.
Dude, John, I mean, you and I, we call games, and if you are at the home arena, like I'll be tonight, I call games at DJ Sokol all the time. I have my charts already put into their clear sheets for what the first half will be, where the Creighton chart will be on the right because that's where they will be scoring in the first half, and the St. John's one will be on the left because that is where they will be scoring. Right. And I'm just the broadcaster that does a dozen games a year. I'm not playing there upwards of 20 to 25 times a season. I'm again flabbergasted. I cannot imagine how this happened, and Can you imagine how mad their coach was?
Oh, had to be infuriated. Had to be infuriated. But they also should be mad at themselves because, again, they should have been looking out and going, girls, why are you at this end of the floor? Why are you here in front of us? You need to be down there because that's the goal you're defending.
Yeah, if anything, waste your time out if you have to.
Elsewhere, in more serious news, so Georgia has made some changes in their NIL staff. There are some schools who are now starting to either eliminate by proxy or just disassociate themselves with their NIL collective. Because the theory is once you get to revenue sharing, when the money is coming literally through the schools, don't call it pay for play, even though it's pay for play.
Mm-hmm.
That the NIL collectives won't be necessary anymore, or it will be just more difficult for them to operate because now they're supposed to be a clearinghouse. Any deal over $600 that's a third-party deal is going to be checked for fair market value. It's going to make it theoretically more difficult for the collectives to operate as they are operating today as the sole providers of the money that's going to college athletes. So there are some schools who are starting to either de-emphasize or wind down their third-party NIL collective. One school that is not is Georgia. The Classic City Collective, that's their 1890, recently announced that they have moved one of their associate athletic directors over to being the chief marketing officer for the Classic City Collective. So they've taken someone from within their front office and they're moving them over into the Classic City Collective. And I'm reading from the report on this. The shifting and experienced Georgia staffer to an NIL collective is quite interesting given the current changes poised to revolutionize college sports, pending the formal approval of the House versus NCAA settlement. Georgia, like almost every other Power 4 institution, has indicated a commitment to paying the full quasi-salary cap, a.k.a. the rev share. In addition to the revenue sharing cap, a new NCAA-sponsored audit board will disallow any NIL contracts over $600 deemed pay for play, removing the ability for NIL collectives to pay athletes for on-field performances as they have done for a few years. As the story goes, Georgia goes against the grain by keeping their collective open and enlisting one of their in-house personnel to take over the reins. For Georgia and many other Power 4 schools, above the cap payments, NIL deals that supplement the rev share, are becoming the new focus to gain a competitive edge against other schools. So it's the school kind of still endorsing the collective and trying to find ways to work around or work legally through the new parameters and come up with third-party deals that will enhance what is already being made through revenue share. In other words,
they want to double dip.
They want to double dip. So let's say you're paying your starting quarterback $1 million. But in order to keep him, and in order to keep others from taking him, poaching him, he's going to demand another $1 million in, third-party deals.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where some of these schools are going to try to find that extra money. They're still going to keep their NIL collectives open. And in the case of Georgia, they're going to be working hand in hand with the athletic department to try to make this all work out so that not only can they get the extra money for the athletes, but that it also passes the smell test.
I just got a message from someone who is tied in with a local collective in our state that says everyone is keeping their collective open post-revenue sharing, to which I would say it would be pretty insane to do anything else, because if Georgia's doing this and Alabama's doing this and Oregon's doing this and Ohio State, you have to operate this way if you're trying to compete at the same level, because if you're not, suddenly whatever the school decides they're going to, give to football, let's say it's $15 million, just to go with a nice round number.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Ohio State is still doing the $20 million on the side with the collective, that means they're spending $35 million on their football roster and you're only spending 15.
Yeah.
So this is how you have to operate. And, barring the NCAA trying to make this illegal, which again I'd love to see that hold up, then they would just go back to the traditional bagman model. They have opened Pandora's box, and this is not something that they are going to be able to close.
Well,
the smart schools are going to try to make sure that, hey, just because we're paying them too doesn't mean we don't need your support. They very much still need their support.
And there have been a large group of collectives who have associated with each other. We'll call it the collective collectives.
Nice.
And they have been approaching, the possibility of maybe legal action against this settlement because of what it threatens to do to their traditional way of doing business. Granted, I say traditional, it's only been happening for about 3 or 4 years, but that possibility exists. I don't believe an official lawsuit has actually come about, but they've certainly looked into it. And yeah, I mean, 1890 is not going anywhere.
No.
Bird Club's not going anywhere.
No.
A lot of these aren't necessarily going anywhere. They may have to change a bit what they do, but yeah, there's still going to be the opportunity to go out and try to sell third-party deals and then, challenge, whatever this NCAA audit board to dare to stop them with, this fair market value thing. Because, how are you going to be able to determine fair market value?
Fair market value is whatever someone is willing to pay you.
Exactly. I mean, if you've got a business and you're willing to pay a star center $100,000 to come in on Saturday and pose with customers and sign autographs, while that sounds ridiculous, it sounds like a ridiculously high price to a lot of us, what is a fair market value to that? Fair market is whatever someone's willing to pay.
Yeah, and what your opponents are willing to pay too.
Sure. So if other schools are setting a bar, right?
Correct.
If several schools go out and set a bar and say, hey, this star athlete's going to get paid $100,000 to come on a Saturday and sign autographs, guess what? Now a fair market value, or at least a value, has been established. So if other schools go and do the same thing, what's to stop them?
Correct.
Coming up next, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. I bet his heart bleeds for Kansas today.
Oh, man, we got to begin the interview by asking him about that. I bet he's down bad from what happened last night out there in Provo.
So Mike Schaefer will be coming up next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. So you're looking at your bathroom, you're thinking, man, this thing could use a refresh. The floors need to be redone. The cabinets don't look great. I want that walk-in shower. Well, your home improvement company is here to help, and they've got a great deal that can help transform your space. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel with your home improvement company. Whether it's that walk-in shower, just a more modern functional design, YHC can make it happen, and they do so with premium American-made materials that will look great for years. Also, they've got great financing offers available. No money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. Call them today at YHIC, 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation. It's a limited time offer, sir, so don't miss out. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call 402-764-1720. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out how. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call now, 402-764-1720, and love the difference.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Of Husker 24/7. Schaefer, good afternoon. Oh, he's silent.
Uh-oh.
He's silent, Nick. We had the same problem with Michael Severe. Well, it was the opposite way. He couldn't hear. We couldn't. No, that's right. It was the same way, right?
Yeah.
It's not muted, though. I don't know what the deal is. Tab.
I talked to him recently on StreamYard, and he had this exact same issue. So I think how he fixed it the last time was he hopped out, and then he hopped back in, and that fixed it. So let's hope that him hopping out and hopping back in fixes it for us this time as well.
Well, he's going to give it a shot.
The hot boy.
And we're going to see if this
rip-roarious start.
But I was a little worried. I mean, it's happened with Michael.
All right, let's see. Schaefer?
We're working.
Yes. Thank God.
Now, the problem is your voice sounds like Gilbert Gottfried, so I hope you...
Great, yeah. That'll put some respect with all the words that you say. People always like to hear the Gilbert Gottfried voice.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to compliment Josh on his very nice attire here. Did Mick Cronin kind of help you pick this out? I mean, it looked very sharp and very nicely put together here.
I'm not sure if people like the sweater with the tie look, because every time I wear it, people say, wow, you look nice. But then there's always this backhanded compliment that comes with it, too, of you look like a loser, Mick Cronin. So I don't know, Schaefer. Is this a good look?
I don't think Mick Cronin looks like a loser. He dresses very nicely.
Okay.
Maybe it's because you're the one that's dressed that way.
That could be true.
You have John and his blue get up there, and I'm wearing a black hoodie, and he's got a Texaco hat on.
That's right. Always trust your car to the man who wears the star.
I had been outside earlier, and my face aches from just the dryness. Like my entire face just feels so dry that after this interview, I'm just going to get a bowl and put water in it and then just dunk my face in it. Like the birds that just dip into the water and then come back out. Like that's just going to be me putting my face in over and over.
You might want to maybe check Shelby's, I'm sure like all women, they have a lot of the creams and the lotions and stuff.
Oh, I have it.
Okay.
It doesn't work quite as effectively as necessary when like your skin is so dry that above your eyelids, it's peeling and it burns. That's where my life is at right now. My skin does not like the winter. Having a beard only makes things worse, and I don't drink enough water. So it's self-inflicted damage, geographical damage, hereditary damage. Like I'm losing on all fronts here.
Damage.
Yeah.
Lots of damage.
Well, then I guess this is a terrible way to transition because I'm guessing that your heart is aching this afternoon for the Kansas Jayhawks.
Did I miss something, or is it just their continued?
You didn't hear what happened last night? They got beat 91-57.
Yeah, I thought they were down when I last saw it. It was like 66-37. I think was the last time I had looked at that, and then I looked at their kind of just overall season resume, and like, would they be that big of a favorite over Nebraska in a neutral site game right now? Like if Nebraska was facing Kansas, I don't know that Nebraska would be favored, but you could easily talk me into Nebraska being like a 2.5-point underdog or something like that.
Oh yeah, easily. Now,
John, does Bart do something where you can put in pretend matchups and you can see what the Bart line would be?
Oh, I'm sure there is. I haven't played with that metric, but if you go to KenPom right now, so on KenPom, Kansas, let's see, they're at 2309 and Nebraska's at 1757. So that would imply that there's about a 5.5 point difference.
Seems high. I'll give me the points. I'll take the points.
Yeah, that's what it would imply. And I don't know how Vegas would adjust based on that, but absolutely, I would take Nebraska plus 5.5.
The vibes regarding this Kansas program in general seem kind of bad. Like I don't know. Like, are we going to get to the end of the year and Bill Self's just going to like retire and we're going to move on from there? Or there's just something that's been off coming out of Kansas. And I follow a few of the Kansas writers because they cover the preps down there as well. And like, it's not all hunky dory in Jayhawk country for sure. And that was well before they got blown up playing BYU last night.
Do you still hate them like you did when you were a younger version
Absolutely.
of Mike Schaefer, even 3 years ago when they won the Natty?
I think one of the greatest travesties in life is that they weren't the team that lost to a 16 seed. Honestly, Virginia didn't deserve it as much as Kansas did. That's how I feel.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I hate them. I outright hate them.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
Well, at least you got Purdue though too. I mean, that had to make you feel good.
Purdue losing to Michigan State?
No, Purdue also losing as a number 1 seed a couple of years ago.
That one I don't really care about as much because Purdue's like first round history is just so bad that it kind of makes sense, right? Like if you were to just pick a program that would be a 1 seed that would lose, Purdue would have to have been a fairly high odds choice. Virginia shocked me when it happened because
that was
they were, one of maybe the most talented teams in the country, even with their weird playing style. And then, of course, they won the championship the next year.
They won it the next year, yeah.
With a lot of those same players. But Purdue, they were losing to Arkansas Little Rock in the 12-5 game or the 4-13 or like every year. So that's not like a big shock to me that they came through in that 1-16 matchup. But American had a chance to take Kansas out back in the day, and they just couldn't finish it.
Sad. America couldn't take Kansas out. Speaking of teams that sometimes play well and sometimes play poorly, Nebraska basketball, I wonder why you think there has become such a chasm between their floor, which seems to be below the Earth's crust, and their ceiling, which is decently high. How? And they showed both of those on Sunday versus Northwestern. Why do they have such a large difference between how bad and how good they can be?
Yeah, talking through this with Happer on Monday, I kind of just arrived on the idea that they have Bryce and they have Jawan, and those are sort of the rocks of which they are built upon. And if those two aren't playing at a particular level, there's just going to be a drop off there. And then the rest of Nebraska is so wired where their role players have to kind of be able to hit their specific benchmarks. Like if you're not getting 2 3-pointers from Connor Essegian, it gets a lot harder for Nebraska. If Raleigh Wooster isn't able to handle the basketball well, it gets a lot harder for Nebraska. When you don't have Burke in there as your best rebounder, we see even with Andrew Morgan and Braxton Mia, they're not nearly as good as a rebounding team when they don't have Burke involved. And so a lot of it to me is when they're just slightly off, it drops them pretty significantly. Like they just don't have enough strengths overall. Like they're built in such a way that like when it isn't working, they don't have a whole lot of other things to fall back on. They can't shoot themselves out of trouble. They very rarely can play such incredible defense that it can spur the comeback. Like it feels like there's a path in which it kind of has to work right from the onset for them to be towards the ceiling. And we know what the floor looks like when everything is poor. And, they've multiple times this year, they've been trailing by 20 points in a conference game. They are now 1-3 in those 4 contests. So it's pretty wild.
So as a team that's lost 7 in a row and like 11 of their last 12, does this game make you nervous?
Well, it's a Nebraska basketball game, so yes, it makes me nervous. But independent of just the Nebraska aspect of it, I feel like a broken record saying this, but I think this conference is really tough top to bottom. Like, you don't get gimme wins. You don't get easy off nights. There's no team where you're just expected to go in and blow them out. I mean, we've seen Nebraska lose to Rutgers and USC at home. Those are games that on paper Nebraska should be winning. They were favored in both of them. So, it wouldn't surprise me. And I genuinely didn't see the start to that Northwestern game coming. I sure didn't see the finish after I saw the start coming either. But, I thought that they were as prepared to go into that game against Northwestern as they possibly could have been. And they still looked horrible for the first 25 minutes of game action. So, if they can avoid such a sloppy start, I think they have more talent. Penn State's clearly more beat up. Nebraska, I think Braxton Mia playing very well against Northwestern gives you a little more confidence without having Burke in your lineup. So I think they absolutely can lose this game, but I would be a little bit disappointed if they aren't able to go in and grind it out. Part of it is you have such a veteran group. They know what's at stake. Bryce doesn't let himself get too high or too low. Jawan's your emotional leader. Like, the pathway is there. The blueprint is there. I mean, that's why Fred Hoiberg is running into incidents with a whiteboard at halftime, because this is not a leadership group that you would expect that to happen to. And so I would think it'd be relatively similar with Penn State. But the fact that they can do that at least has to be in the back of your mind. Like, hey, I mean, we could be talking about a game that's like 25-16 at half if both of these teams are just bricking the place up.
Shay, turning to football, we've kind of covered the various emotions of, hey, Texas seemingly is interested in E.J. Bartell. And then yesterday we get the word that E.J. Bartell is staying with Nebraska. We talked about it mainly from what they have done on the field perspective at that position. I'm curious from a recruiting perspective, what type of coach is Nebraska continuing to keep here? I kind of said my piece yesterday. I am not the most enamored with him as a running backs coach. I have wondered, though, am I being a little too harsh on him? I wonder what you think about that, at least from a recruiting perspective.
I don't think you're being too harsh on him. I mean, look, it's not been a strength for Nebraska. I have a tough time giving him a lot of credit for Emmett Johnson when for back-to-back years, Emmett Johnson's had to come from further down the depth chart to emerge into playing time. Mm-hmm. So, is that bad evaluation of the guys that are in front of him? Is that, he's done a good job getting Emmett ready to go, that your third string running back could become your best running? So, I have a tough time dealing with that because we're so absent, so much information, with recruiting. I don't know. I think I can give him credit for Jamarian Parker, which would be the most impressive on paper get that he's had so far. But right now, his other running backs include Quentin Ives and Mekhi Nelson. And I guess Dante Dowdell, you could give him credit for that too. And Dowdell was fine as kind of a role player running back. But it's not like I don't see EJ Bartell just lighting things up on the recruiting trail. He hasn't had a moment like we saw with Jamar Mosey where he galvanizes a region in Kansas City and is able to help pull in players. Garrett McGuire was instrumental in bringing in a number of Nebraska's players, and people didn't like him as an assistant coach, and he's had a far bigger impact on their recruiting than EJ Bartell so far. So I would say it's very incomplete, and I don't mean that to be good or bad, but we don't know what Quentin Ives is. We don't know what Mekhi Nelson are. Those are two of his biggest high school recruits. That's not a great sign. Quentin Ives is going into his third year. We have no idea what he is. The staff over there seems to like him a lot, which is great. They beat out Monmouth for him. That was their recruiting win for Quentin Ives. I mean, so it's not like this was a huge, they went in and they stole him from somewhere. And then Jamarian Parker is sort of who EJ Bartell might be able to put his name next to if he comes in and he's a really good running back for Nebraska. So I would say right now, when you're assessing kind of the recruiting aspect of it, it's fairly incomplete for me. Now, he's involved for them over in St. Louis and Chicago and Milwaukee and some of these areas. If you're able to get more and more recruits in, and he's kind of the geographical recruiter in that regard, then he deserves credit. for some of it. But I just don't know that there's enough that I can attach him to recruiting wise. I definitely saw, as this news broke yesterday, some reactions to it and people talking about his recruiting. And as someone who covers it, like I don't know what to make of it, because I couldn't tell you that he's been super impactful, but I wouldn't tell you that he's been a zero either. So it's still very incomplete. A lot of it to me, and this just comes down, and he might be paying for sins of previous running backs coaches, but Nebraska's running back room hasn't looked particularly impressive at any point so far under Matt Rule. They've talked it up a lot. So, for the volume of which they've discussed their running backs relative to the production they've gotten out of their running backs hasn't been overly impressive. So I just feel like there's a lot that needs to be kind of still seen from EJ Bartell, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because he's in his third year. He's, we'll see what Quentin Ives is. We'll see what Mekhi Nelson is. We'll see if Connor Booth and Jamarian Parker can help out. He's got Emmett Johnson as his core running back. Does he make a leap as a player? For me, it's all just very incomplete. I was surprised when it came out that Texas was involved with looking at EJ Bartell. So, I know that he has been mentioned as a potential head coaching candidate at lower levels. I think that there have been some opportunities along the way, but I was a little taken back when Texas, a place that, Bijan Robinson and all of these different running backs over the past couple of years, like that's not the level Nebraska's been at. And so obviously Texas can recruit and operate at an entirely different level than Nebraska can. But at the same time, so there's obviously something people like, but I just don't feel like I have enough information to give you a super strong answer on him as a recruiter. And as a running backs coach, it just feels very average that's just kind of where it's at.
Schaefer, I have to imagine that Dana Holgorsen had some say in all of this, certainly when it came to the wide
he had
receiver.
say in the entire offensive staff.
Right. And so you wonder if there's something that Holgorsen is seeing there that is potential that others are not, because, I know a lot of people are going to direct most of this at Matt Rule, and let's face it, he makes the final decision. But with Holgorsen getting, as much say as he is in the offensive staff, this would seem to be at least an endorsement of some kind from Holgorsen.
Yeah, I view the renewal of the contract as a strong endorsement from Nebraska, because if they weren't interested in keeping EJ Bartell, he wouldn't be here right now. So they clearly like something. And I'm not trying to diminish anything that he's done, either recruiting wise or on the field. It's just that if you were to rank the assistant coaching of the last two seasons, like running back wouldn't rank particularly high. It wouldn't rank high for off the field. It wouldn't rank high for on the field. I don't feel like they've established a difference maker there. Now that can all change if Emmett Johnson has a big year, but then, how much is EJ Bartell part of that? Does he have the room reloaded? Those are the sort of things, but they obviously are very happy with where they're at, and they want to keep that staff largely together. If you think about it, the only coach that moved out was Garrett McGuire, and he moved on to Texas Tech. And we knew that Dana Holgorsen wanted his wide receivers coach, and there was definitely discussions about McGuire being involved somewhere else, but he had an opportunity to go coach with his dad at Texas Tech, and that was that. So it is very notable to me that Nebraska's offensive staff did not change at all. And so Dana Holgorsen must have really liked working with those guys in the month of November and felt like there was something there that he wanted to continue to work with them, that they didn't change any of those parts out. Like, that is really unique to me.
Well, except for wide receiver, right?
Well, yeah. They didn't change any of the other pieces. I think even at the time, we knew when he showed up, he was going to bring his own wide receivers coach.
Yeah. So how much have they upgraded then across the board, across the whole staff now, not just on the offensive side of the ball? New coordinators, and I guess we could say a half new coordinator, right, or a third new coordinator, whatever you want to do with Holgorsen, given he did coach some of last season. But otherwise, two new coordinators. Phil Snow is a part of the staff now in a kind of a more over-the-top role, and then some of the position group changes. Like, I think that they have upgraded, but how much have they upgraded?
I don't know that I can even assess that, how much they've upgraded, because if you think about it, Terry, they've gotten a more veteran experience group than what they had. I think that's what you kind of take away. You had the experience of Phil Snow. You had the experience of Addison Williams as your defensive backs coach. He's been a defensive coordinator at 2 different stops and has been at Auburn, UCF. And so, you have that. Terry Braden had a long coaching career with Kansas City as the assistant coach for the defensive line. So it's different than Terrence Knighton, who had only been doing it for a short amount of time when he came over. Now you have Rob Dvorak in his 3rd year as a linebackers coach, and I would argue he's been as valuable as any assistant coach as Nebraska's had really over these last 2 years. And then Phil Simpson's going to get his first shot at on-the-field coaching at the college level. And so he's kind of your freshest green guy in an otherwise relatively veteran staff now at this point. I mean, so that's the one thing about this collection of names is these are all guys that have been coaching at a high level for kind of a long time now. And so I think in that sense, if you were to compare it to what Matt Rule assembled when he got here in 2022, I think what stands out is there's just a lot more experience when you're talking Dana Holgerson as your OC and John Butler as your DC, and now you have Mike Eckler as your special teams coordinator, and all these other coaches that are kind of locked into different positions. It feels more in line with a staff that would be comparable across the conference to maybe what Matt Rule started, where it felt like he was giving a lot of guys some breaks.
Well, maybe if we speak it into existence, it'll happen. Just mentioning the word baseball, we'll get the weather to warm up. I'm curious, where do you think about ABS, automatic ball strikes? What do you like this? You like the challenge?
The robotic home plate system?
Robo-ump, challenge-based, like it was in the minors. Get 2 challenges. You can use them, and you get unlimited challenges if you keep winning.
Yeah, the only downside to this that I can see is that hitters will get so good at knowing the approximation of the strike zone that it will allow for them to hit better. So offense will go up. So pitching might suffer a little bit because of the lack of human error factor, or just because you can sort of train your eye. Like, these are such incredible professional athletes that they will be able to train themselves to take full advantage of the knowledge of how the strike zone works, because it cannot change on them. Now, is that bad for the sport? Not sure. I don't think is it bad for pitching? Maybe. But does that mean the next innovation and the next change has to happen? And, instead of increased velo, you have to get better at breakers, or you have to get better at pitching east-west instead of north-south, or your sequencing has to be different. I mean, that's what's the beauty of sports is change, adapt. Offense changes, defense has to change. It's no different than anything in any other sport. The pitching will have to be the ones that have to adapt the most, because they can't just paint corners and get calls, or precise and just off the edge and get calls, because people will know the zone in a far better manner than if CB Buckner happens to be back there on an afternoon. So as a fan, I like it. I like consistency. I hate not having an understanding of when a strike is going to be a strike for this pitcher, but it won't be for that pitcher. Like, that drives me insane. So how it affects the product of baseball, I think, remains to be seen. But the next conversation is, okay, how does pitching strike back? What can they do differently? And that's the battle inside the sport. And that's for the baseball nerd in me. Like, that's the thing that I love the most. That's why I love baseball so much. It's a series of individual battles, and you do this, I do that.
I have not thought about it that way, Schaefer, but if this does help the batter's eye and helps improve in the offense, I think that is good, because right now, most of the change in this sport has benefited pitching. And I think if we could get something that might benefit hitting a little bit more and might make, you're right. It's the constant
classic John wants offense.
It's the constant cat and mouse of sports. And I did not think about it in that way, but I
think it promotes action, right?
Yeah, I only wish this system would have been around in like 1995 when Greg Maddux was getting 8 inches off the plate, and how things would have been different for him.
You and the 95 World Series runner-up Cleveland Indians. They know what Tom Glavine's strike zone was relative to Charles Nagy that series. They know that
Mhm.
Oral Hershiser wasn't getting the inside of the batter's box on the left-hand side.
For a World Series that happened so very early in your lifetime, you have very vivid memories.
Hey, that was like the apex of when I had gotten into being a Cleveland fan. It had all kind of come together at that point. And so, it's natural that as you get into the sport and the team that you like is playing for a title, you're treated immediately to the idea that no, they will not win the title. And no, you will not get used to this field. So
baseball.
Yeah. Yeah, baseball.
Baseball.
Good thought, Josh. I agree.
That's my thought on baseball.
Baseball.
That's Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Schaefer, thanks again. We appreciate you moving for us today, and we'll talk next week.
All right, guys. We'll see what time I come on the show next week. It could be late, and there could be breaking news that I won't be able to react to because I may not be doing the interview at that time.
Nothing broke during this interview.
Maybe that's what it should be going forward. It's just a mystery time as to when I'm going to appear. No one will ever know.
Well, hey, you know what? Something did break. Mike, how about this before we let you go? According to The Athletic, the SEC and the Big Ten are discussing new formats for football conference championship weekend.
Oh.
How about that? Maybe we'll have a 5 seed versus a 6 seed to get an auto berth into the playoff.
Wow. All right.
Wow, indeed. Yep.
Let's do it. All that matters is that they play a 9th game and they stop being cowards. Let's see the SEC stop being cowards before we worry about what the college football playoff needs to change.
It'll happen. Don't worry. It's going to happen.
As long as they get paid.
As long as they get paid, which they will, it'll happen.
Yeah. All right, Schaefer, have a good one.
All right, guys. Take care.
Speaking of college football playoff expansion.
Hello.
Once again, our friend, the Stumanji Sports Bureau, comes through.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is going to amplify a point that we made on this Grum yesterday.
100% it will.
And we still have dumb debates.
Can we go back to talking about baseball?
No, we're done with baseball for the show today, Nick.
Well, I can tell you that the Alabama State Hornets are playing the Alabama Crimson Tide right now, and you can watch it right here on your TV.
I've never heard of Alabama State. Is this a real place?
Yes, they're the Hornets.
I don't buy this.
No,
I don't believe this.
it's
Nick, you better
on
do
right
a
now.
slice of baseball about this stupid team.
Oh, and we do have a slice of baseball, too. An extra
What?
slice of baseball.
An extra helping.
More slices. John, that's unhealthy. If you feed up yourself with too much baseball, you're going to get sick and vomit everywhere.
No, I'm not. They play 162 games
Nick,
a year.
get a Canva graphic. Just baseball.
I do like Alabama State's logo. That's a good hornet.
Yeah, it's a hornet.
It's a good-looking hornet.
It's obviously cold in Alabama because most of the Alabama players are wearing the skull caps.
It's 52 degrees.
Yeah, they're wearing the the head covering that underneath their ball caps, whatever they call those things.
Yeah.
Be back in a minute. 1620 The Zone. But first, a word for my good friends at On the Line. This is your opportunity. Get involved. Get in the game. Gamify your giving. What does that all mean, John? I'll tell you what it means. Because On the Line partners with all 3 major Division I programs in this state. That would be the Omaha Mavericks. That would be the Creighton Blue Jays. That would be the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And because they partner officially with them, you know that your money's headed towards their NIL efforts. And here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school, then pick a measurable metric. It could be wins, could be hits from a baseball game, could be pins in a wrestling meet, whatever. And for every time that metric hits, you assign a dollar amount to that metric, and that becomes your donation to your favorite school's NIL. All the money goes to them, and they can continue to recruit and retain the best college athletes possible. So get in the action, gamify your giving today, and visit On the Line. It's athleticsontheline.com. All one word on the website, athleticsontheline.com. Omaha's place for the best Detroit-style pizza is Backlot Tap House, and that is this week's Zone Deal at 1620thezone.com. Not only does Backlot have the best Detroit-style pizza in the town, but they've got 30 beers on tap. Great place to relax with friends, and you can get $50 worth of gift certificates for only $25. It's half off, going on sale this Friday at 9, 1620thezone.com, and later this week, I guess we're playing craps on the radio.
Oh, are we doing that Friday right after Kent?
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'm not going to be much help here because I don't know anything about craps.
Sounds like last week, John. Am I right? Got him.
I've tried to watch Josh play it before, and it all looks like witchcraft.
Yeah, it does. It does look like witchcraft. So I guess that's what we're doing.
It's going to be awesome.
1620 The Casino has added a new game.
It's going to be great. And people are going to love the game.
People are going to love this. But craps on the radio for your chance to win $50 in gift certificates to Backlot Tap House. This week's Zone Deal, Friday morning at 9, 1620thezone.com.
It's going to be great stuff, folks.
Well, friends, actually, let's start with the funny because it's a small added slice of college baseball.
Yes.
A slice of college baseball.
Do we have the open? Do you have to play the open?
No, you don't have to play the open. Because this isn't Nick's segment. This is like me stealing a slice from his pie.
Yeah, he took a bite out of it.
Don't want to overserve yourself.
But
man.
last night, the Georgia Bulldogs were playing, who was it? Kennesaw State. Yes, Kennesaw State. Brian Curley is the relief pitcher for the Georgia Bulldogs, and he's on the bump in the ninth with his team leading. Here's the highlight.
Really hard to do that mid-game, but that's definitely something they will need to work on and practice.
0-2, a beauty of a bender. Pseudo's down looking, and Georgia scores 6 unanswered and seals into the ninth to take.
Wait a minute. Did you notice something there?
Notice what, John? I saw
So
a
he
picture.
was looking back. There was a runner at second.
Didn't look like anything to me.
Well, he was looking back at second base. There was a runner on second before he delivered the final pitch.
Yes.
That's definitely something they will need to work on and practice.
0-2, a beauty of a bender.
I think he stuck his tongue out. Yep, there it is.
What
Still
in the
photo.
world?
See, so he was sticking his tongue out last night right before he delivered the final pitch. And then afterwards, as you know, he throws his glove like they had won the SEC tournament or something and started gesturing to his dugout to come celebrate with me. This is what, the fifth game of the year for Georgia against Kennesaw State.
I have seen people triggered by this.
What?
Yes. Don't they teach decorum on the baseball field anymore?
What? Who?
Yeah.
Okay, Nick. Who are you following on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, and how do we get rid of them?
I don't remember who said it, but I did see it.
Was this you, John? John, are you sullying the
I think
good
it
name
was
of this athlete here?
Somebody who quote retweeted one of the college baseball people that I follow.
As J-Man points, it's just a bunch of tongues. Yeah, you know what he was doing? I think he's a friend of the Grum.
Hey,
Daddy's home.
Lick, lick, lick.
He's a friend of the Grum.
Okay, well, maybe Georgia will make it to the College World Series, and we can ask Brian Curley about this.
YouTube user says, who does that pitcher think he is? Vegas vlog, Nick? Exactly.
Yeah.
These are excellent points.
Vegas Nick.
There you go. Just a small added slice of college baseball.
They played Kennesaw State, tying it into yesterday. That's who Hawaii plays next. Baseball.
Is this going to be like your team now?
I do like to adopt a team every season. I am going to adopt Hawaii, but not every slice of college baseball is going to be about Hawaii.
Okay.
Talk about Baylor, Nick, like I did back in the day.
Why would you talk about Baylor?
Ban them from the tournament yet again. John, remember when I was right? Let's see if Nick can predict anything smart and cool like I did. By the way, how about
here's
this
my
news?
prediction. Kennesaw State will not be in the College World Series.
Good take. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Now get ready for John's reaction, but Mike points out there is no school in Crime Town tomorrow. John, your camera's a little blurry, so we can't even see the disgust on your face
Fix your
today.
camera, John.
It's not my. It's.
I mean, it is your camera.
But I don't control what it does.
Make it
That's
not
the wrong way,
blurry.
John.
I
There
don't
you
know.
go.
I don't.
There you go. We'll figure it out.
Gotta
It's
refocus
still
it.
blurry. I can't.
Get your finger. Put your finger up to it.
Which finger? That one?
Oh.
That one? That one right there?
Is that your middle finger? That's illegal. Jordan asks, which pixel is his tongue? Yeah, that was a little bit of a pixelated.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have this in 4K. College baseball hasn't graduated to 4K yet. Sorry. Okay, so this week we have been talking about how college football is trying to ruin itself. Namely, the Big Ten and the SEC are trying to ruin itself by changing everything, by giving themselves automatic bids to the college football playoff, and just slowly but surely trying to take all the power away, even to the point where they've got old Matt Rule. They got Matt Rule saying we should have a super league. We should just have the 40 or 50 best teams and just play each other. And we've pointed out many of the issues over time, and we've repeated them this week, about the things that we don't like about this. The question I have had, because, you know, there's a few folks out there that disagree with us, which is fine. But one of the points that has been made is that, well, actually, one of the questions that I have for those people is, what is it that is so broken?
Yes.
From your perspective, I'm not talking about the finances. I'm not talking about TV ratings. I'm just talking about from you, the fan's perspective. What is it about college football that you're not being served with right now that all of this nonsense would fix? That the Big Ten and the SEC taking over the sport permanently and chopping off maybe 80 or 90 schools from having access. How does that improve your experience as a fan? Why would this be better for you? Now, to some people, it's just going to be, well, every game's going to be a helmet matchup.
Helmet games, you don't have to. Look, I will hear somebody who makes an argument that, like, I don't like that Nebraska plays G5 schools. Certainly you and I have never liked that they play FCS schools. So if someone were to say, John and Josh, I only want Nebraska to play power opponents, this would further my agenda, and we'd get closer than ever to playing power opponents. Who am I to say
if that's what you want?
If that's what you want. Now, we're going to bring up some reasons as to why that could be a detriment to Nebraska. But if you get this data and you still say that's fine with me, I just want to see these matchups, or I just don't want to, have to hold up the G5. Okay, I again, I'll disagree with you, but I will understand it because, look, I'm not going to pretend like September's the best thing in the world for me as a college football fan. Like, I get excited for UTEP as an opener last year because it's the season starting. Colorado, let's go. It's Colorado. I had no excitement for Northern Iowa. I was ready for that game to end so we could move on into the Big Ten play. And certainly last year was one of the nice seasons where, they had they did have like a big time power conference school, at least in terms of rivalry. This next year, though, Cincinnati is the power school. And I'll be honest, I can't even remember. What do they got? Houston Artist formerly known as Houston Baptist, and then another team that I can't even remember. Akron. I gotta memorize the schedule. So I'll hear that even if I disagree. I'll hear it.
Well, one of the issues that I don't know if a lot of people have thought about yet is, if we pare it down to 40 or 50 of the top teams, where is that going to leave Nebraska? And Stu Manji, our good friend Stu Manji, who we have dubbed the Stu Manji Sports Bureau, has done his usual great research. And this is going back to 2004. So he's gone back 20 football seasons. And this is Power 5 versus Power 5 winning percentage from 2004 to present. And he wrote on Twitter, given all the Super League talk surrounding college football, I thought I would compare the winning percentages of Power 5 schools in P5 versus P5 games over the last 20 years. It won't surprise a lot of people that from 2004 to 2024, that the program that has seen the greatest increase in win percentage is the University of Alabama.
Sure.
They have increased by 35%. But the school that has the largest decrease in win percentage of any Power 5 school in P5 versus P5 games Well, you know who it is.
God, that is crazy.
It's Nebraska, a drop of nearly 43% over the last 20 years. And he added later to his tweet the top and bottom five. So the top five in terms of Power 5 programs that improve the most in win percentage against other Power 5 opponents. It's Alabama first, UCF second, Baylor, Clemson, Duke. Those are the schools that have seen the greatest improvement in their win percentage in just Power 5 versus Power 5 games. The bottom five, and I'm going to add the percentages to give you an idea of the spread. Virginia has seen their win percentage drop by 25%.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia Tech by almost 26%. Florida State by 32%. Tennessee by 32%. Nebraska, 43%. So not only is Nebraska dead last in this category, they're dead last by 10 percentage points.
Yeah.
Whereas Alabama, we would think, oh, well, Alabama, they probably, Alabama 35.5%, UCF 34%. So it's not like there was this huge gap. So not only did Nebraska fall off in the last 20 years, they fell hard. And this is the conversation now that I want to have with people is, okay, so you're going to get your helmet versus helmet games. You're going to see Nebraska play all of these other power conference schools. Tell me why that is a good thing.
Yeah, because it certainly has not been a good thing in recent years. And, John, I can add on top of that with a little bit more Stumanji research that he hasn't posted on Twitter, but that I happen to see. And so there are, when you count Notre Dame and now all the schools that have moved up into the power leagues and the ones who have stayed, of course, you have 66 power programs. And so he wanted to look at how over the last 10 years, with a minimum of 20 Power 5 on Power 5 games, how all the records, came to be, which is how, so it's what led to this number of since 04, but this is just the straight up raw data, 66 teams. I do not think it will surprise you or any of our listeners that the worst team, or teams, I guess, because I'll read you the bottom few, Vandy is the worst. Power on Power, 18-73, which is a winning percentage of 19.8%. Horrible. Kansas is the second worst, 21.6%. Rutgers, Oregon State, Arkansas, Arizona, Maryland, Syracuse, Virginia, and 10th worst over the last decade with 99 power on power is Nebraska. 34-65, which is a winning percentage of 34.3%. Now, an argument, of course, another argument to make here is, guys, this is the past. I'm looking towards the future. In Matt Rule, I trust. And again, I cannot argue with you on if you believe that Matt Rule is going to be the guy to move them forward. But that just,
it shows you how difficult it has been and how difficult it will continue to be. Because Rule, in talking yesterday, and we played some of the audio, he was making the argument, well, this is why more Big Ten teams should get in, because we got to play Big Ten teams all the time and other conferences don't. Well, if you move to a super league, that's all you're going to get. You won't even get those other non-conference games against, the winnable games, we call them.
Yeah.
And so you're just making the road that much more difficult. And so, and again, if that's your game, if that's your bag, fine. But remember, as everyone celebrates this notion of, well, look at all these helmet games, somebody's got to be the windshield and somebody's got to be the bug.
Mm-hmm.
And if we just assume that, well, we're just going to have a league full of windshields, guess what? You ain't going to have a bunch of 12-0 teams because they all got to play each other. Michigan didn't get over 1,000 wins in major college football because all they did was play Ohio State and Wisconsin. Nebraska didn't get all the wins they got only because they played Oklahoma and Colorado. But now, as you condense the field and you condense all of the talent, the road becomes even more difficult. Sure, it becomes difficult for everybody. I'm not pretending that this is just going to be, Nebraska's going to suffer and everyone else is. Everybody is going to suffer just a little bit. And how much are college football fans going to be prepared for that?
Well, I would love to know the conversations that they're having right now in like Tuscaloosa. And I know they had a first-year head coach, and some of them want that guy fired already. Georgia, even though. Bama, 3 losses in the regular season, the most losses since Nick Saban's first year back in 2007. Georgia had 2 losses, which was the most losses that they had in a regular season in the last few years. Like, we already saw how this kind of stuff can affect teams. Husker Country, right? This is a real uplifting segment. Thank you. It's, John, we did the exercise, and we're going to do this moving forward over the course of the rest of the season in college basketball. The neighborhood, where we're looking at, hey, here's the teams that Creighton's competing against in terms of NCAA tournament prospects. Hey, here are the teams that Nebraska's competing against in terms of NCAA tournament prospects. The exercise that we are doing right now is another look at neighborhoods and Nebraska's neighborhood. I mean, I know that there are some of us who still are maybe blind to it, but John, 57th out of 66 power teams. They just got to a bowl game for the first time since 2016. This isn't to say that you cannot come out of this and that you can't be a good program again. I certainly think that they can. But the neighborhood that they have spent time in, John, other schools in front of them, again, power on power, winning percentage. Teams in front of them over the last decade include Purdue, a team that people around here don't respect at all. Indiana, yeah, a lot of that's built on the back of last year, but Indiana, 36.8 winning percentage versus Nebraska's 34.3. Mississippi State, which is often held up, or I guess held down in this discussion, is like, that's what happens when you're in a tough league and you're the second team in your state. And Mississippi State, even with that, is 49th best in the country with a winning percentage of 39.8% in power-on-power games. And it's tough. It's really, really tough. And that's the world that Nebraska has found themselves in. That's the neighborhood that they found themselves in. And if that's the world that they want to live in, if they want it to be power on power, I cannot change your mind in that regard. I cannot change your mind in that regard.
But I'm just preparing you that this is going to be life. Life's going to be even more difficult.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
Yeah. It's going to be tough.
I wish for dumb debates. And guess what?
Wish has been granted.
I'm going to get it.
Perfect.
Stibbs from beyond the grave.
Oh, boy.
Has given us a doozy today. And we'll tackle that and other dumb debates next as the happy hour begins on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
We have reached that blessed time of the week, the middle of the week, where we turn things over to you. You send us your dumb debates. Whenever they pop into your tiny baby brains, you just fire off that tweet to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates. Or send us an email. Josh at 1620thezone.com, John at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. And then we'll tackle them here in this segment every Wednesday.
Why did you say our listeners have tiny baby brains?
I mean, Josh, some of them.
Wow.
Some of them.
I mean, compared to like an elephant has a bigger brain.
Interesting.
That's
YouTube user writes, I usually listen to this segment as a podcast, and listening to the Dumb Debates intro at regular speed rather than 2 times speed is quite the contrast.
Oh, I bet it is.
Let's go, YouTube user. Thanks for being one of us.
Let's hit a couple of quickies here before we get to the one that may take over the whole segment. This was one from John from several months ago. Again, we save these if we don't get to them all.
Or didn't get to
I don't think we did, because one of the classic debates on this show was when Josh erroneously said that fullbacks weren't running backs. John writes, you brought up fullback isn't a running back debate, and I immediately had my first dumb debate question. Is a tight end a wide receiver?
Now it is.
The player that is assigned the position of tight end is often lined up as a wide receiver.
Real quick, John, before we answer this, Nick, do you know why they're called tight ends?
No, I guess I don't. I've never thought about it.
Because they are the end tight to the line of scrimmage. They are aligned with the guard, the center.
Because
the
one of the old wide receiver positions that we don't use this term anymore was split end. So you'd have the tight end who was lined up off of the tackle, and then you'd have the split end that was
split off of that,
but
still on the line of scrimmage.
But now, tight ends. I think the answer to this is that they are wide receivers. I think they are wide receivers. Some of them just block more than others.
Again, by the definition of the position is different from wide receiver, but because of their functionality and their use and today's modern game, yes, I would say that tight ends, or at least the players that play the position known as tight end, are just wide receivers.
I can't argue with it.
Here's a quickie from an unnamed texter. What is the funniest crime for Nick to be found guilty of committing? I vote for DUI where nobody gets hurt.
Why would that be funny? That Nick gets a DUI?
Well,
I'd probably lose my job if I got a DUI, wouldn't I?
Nah, if somebody got a DUI and worked here in the past, Nick, I think you'd be fine. We just give you a lot of crap for it. I think the goal here, John, is to find something that we could make fun of Nick for.
Well, I was thinking of something like, let's say that he and his girlfriend were having a good time, and then something happened where like maybe you have a pet and the dog escaped outside and they had to go chase it down. And
animal cruelty.
And Nick.
Oh, Josh.
And Nick was in a certain stage of undress, and then somehow he got locked out of his house.
He's a registered sex offender.
And then the cop happened to drive by and see this buck naked guy trying to get into this house, and he gets arrested for indecent exposure.
This sounds like
accidental, but still indecent.
That sounds like Nick. Something that would happen on either Sonny or Seinfeld.
Now you have to register, Nick. Now you have to register. Because the best part, Nick, you would be so defensive about it. But I didn't do it. And sorry, you're going to jail, though.
So
I don't think Nick likes this question.
I would want it to be an accidental thing where it's like an episode out of a sitcom. But yeah, I wouldn't want it in a position because he could explain that away and still keep his job.
I'd have to move.
I mean, we'd be negligent if we let him go from this job, knowing all the material that we would have on him for weeks and weeks and weeks to come.
I'd be a content machine. Yeah. I would have to move if something like that happened, if I got caught in undress outside.
But if it was accidental.
I mean, if it was accidental, you're still on a list.
Officer, I'm sorry. My dog escaped. You're going to prison, pal.
Damn it.
All right, so
are we diving into it already? Do we not?
Well, yeah, I think we need. I think we need to. We don't want to run out of time here. Just in case.
Okay, fine. Because I had this one from Baymont.
All right,
what food is the best one is leftovers the next day?
Do what?
What food is best as leftovers the next day? Is it John's chili?
Spaghetti or lasagna? I think pasta. Any pasta.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting, Nick, because I'll eat pasta leftover, but sometimes I just reheat it and it's like some of the flavor sucks into the noodle, and so it's just not as moist. It's not as wet anymore.
See, but I actually like that the flavor gets sucked into the noodle.
Yeah, that's what you're saying to the cop when you're arrested.
I mean, that's
what does that
naked.
even mean?
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to put a little sauce in the pot and let it soak into the.
See, and I just do microwave because I'm lazy. So
See, now that we have the air fryer, we've had the air fryer.
Oh, goat.
Leftover pizza.
Yes, that's the answer, John.
Leftover pizza reheated.
Yep.
Is sometimes better than it was fresh. Sometimes. Depends on the pizza.
I think air fryer's cheating.
No, it's not. It's reheating.
It's reheating.
I understand. It just feels like it's cheating.
Cheating?
How is it cheating? It's an invention. It's there. It's legal. It's not sitting outside naked.
It's legal for now.
For now, nice.
What are you trying to? Are you going to try to criminalize air fryers?
That's going to be my platform.
Wow, Nick. Also, John, because of air fryers, I think fried chicken now can be involved in this conversation too. Which for years, I remember when I was a kid, I would microwave it, and that sucked because it'd get all soggy.
Yeah.
And then I started doing oven, but it just takes forever because you have to wait for it to heat up.
That's a
air
good point.
fryer fried chicken is also good.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yes, it is.
It's good.
So, Stibbs from Beyond the Grave sends us this.
Okay.
For the rest of your life, would you rather have to taste everything that your hands touch or everything your feet touch? So, in other words, anytime, like right now, I've got this Roku remote in my hand. As I touch this Roku remote,
you taste it.
The taste of whatever is on this Roku remote would enter my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not like I'm actually eating the Roku, but the taste of it. Same with your feet. Whatever you step on instantly gets transmitted to your taste buds. So if that were to happen, which would you rather it be? Whatever your hands touch or whatever your feet touch?
So my brain goes to the only time you're really in danger, I guess, with your feet is if you're at home or on a beach, maybe a public pool. Because most of the time you're probably wearing shoes, like if you're at work or something. So then you're just tasting your socks.
Yeah, all the time.
No, I understand. But with your hands, you're not wearing gloves all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to taste more with your hands than you would with your feet.
I agree.
Unless you do start wearing gloves all the time.
Which, as we found out during COVID, was very annoying.
So my solution is to get those vinyl gloves and stuff them full of peanut butter and then wear them
all the time.
So then I'm always tasting peanut butter.
No, But you wouldn't be able to function. You wouldn't be able to type. I mean,
you could still function with peanut butter gloves.
I don't think so.
I think we should test it.
You can test this. Just make sure you're not doing it naked outside of your house.
So let's unpack this, because Stibb says hands seems obvious at first. I think it's feet, though. We need to discuss the part of the hands, because I actually think most of the time hands are going to be fine. Like, I'm holding a pen right now. Oh, well, I'm holding a plastic.
Oh, I just had a thought about hands.
Yeah, you're going to wipe your butt.
Yes.
That's the obvious thing that we have to discuss, is you're touching your body parts that are nasty, that are the untouchables, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so you always will have that flavor. Oh.
And let's face it, what if, for some of us, we have to aim certain things.
Yes. Yep.
And occasionally there might be some splatter.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get that too.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think the answer is feet, because then you could try it. Now, you talk about manipulating the hands by wearing your peanut butter gloves.
Yes.
Could you somehow find
peanut butter socks?
The technology. You got the sweat wicking material and stuff. If there is some way that you can put some kind of flavor onto your socks, because as long as you're walking around in the socks, you're fine, right? But of course, once your feet get sweaty, it's nasty. But I think the variety of unsavory things that your hands come into contact with are much more than your feet, unless you like to walk around barefoot.
But what would you do at like the beach or a pool? Just wear sandals?
Well, this would give me an excuse to never have to go to those places.
Yeah.
Or like if you go swimming, you'll just taste the chlorine all the time.
But you would do that with both your hands or your feet, Nick.
Yeah,
that's right.
True.
Some of the stuff is just unavoidable.
Unless you wear peanut butter gloves.
See, but here's the thing. I think we are underestimating how disgusting it would be to taste your feet all day long.
Well, you're not tasting your feet. You're tasting what your feet touch.
Which is a sweaty sock at a certain point. John, think about yourself during the College World Series. Brought to you by Big of the West.
What? Okay, all right.
You're going to taste your nasty stuff. John, how long are you in the booth for? 12 hours?
Hold on.
That's
all right.
gross.
Here's the workaround. You bring flip-flops. And then you put something on the flip-flop.
Better not be leather ones. They got
peanut butter.
Right, but I'm saying like even the cheapy ones,
right.
just and you just have something there, because then your feet are getting air. They're not sweating as much.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that we literally just talked about two of the things that your hands will come into contact with, that if you get that taste in your mouth,
yeah, game over.
Unless you're into foot stuff, the feet are pretty safe.
Unless you walk around barefoot a lot. I think there's more workarounds with your feet than there are with your hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm voting feet.
I'm going to stick with peanut butter gloves.
Stibb says flip-flops made of bacon. So I'm the person
There you go. Stibbs from beyond the grave. Sometimes his greatest wisdom comes after he's dead.
I know you're not tasting your feet, but your feet will be rubbing off on the bacon or whatever. So then eventually you are just going to get a flavor of feet and bacon.
I think we're underestimating just how your feet would always taste like sock. Always. And even when they're not,
So you're picking hands. You're going to be so self-conscious about everything that you touch.
Join my side, Josh.
Can poop really taste that bad? I mean, can it? There's the video, 2 girls, 1 cup. I mean, can it? Can it really taste that bad? I'm going hands.
Now I want this to happen, and just watch how Josh will regret this 12 hours into the experiment.
Stibb says it. My dog eats it all the time. Exactly. He loves it. Yeah, so does Banks.
Great. So you want to be a dog.
How high is Stibbs right now? Bacon-made flip-flops, LOL. Yeah, man. The socks hanging out on the feet all day.
But your hands are touching everything.
Yeah, most things hands touch are fine. Like I'm touching this bottle.
Really?
I'll lick it. Yeah, I just.
I mean, like you put your. I'm putting my
Don't
hand
edit
on
that
this.
photo,
I'm
Nick.
putting. I'm putting my hand on this table. This table that rarely gets disinfected or cleaned.
Yeah, lick
exactly.
the table.
That'd be
John,
like
it's just the
licking the
taste,
damn
though.
table.
See, but that's the thing. You're
But
not
it's the
getting
stuff that's on the
germs.
table. It's the stuff that's on the table, not the
Just
table
so-
itself.
How
It's just the taste.
how would something like this change the concept of a handshake? People wouldn't shake hands anymore, would they?
Yeah, because now you're touching what the other guy's hand was touching,
Mm.
or tasting what the other guy's hand was touching. It's got to be your taste.
Mm.
I'm voting feet.
Yeah, I'm voting hands.
Now, Mike does ask, wouldn't you taste toilet paper, weirdos? Came
yeah.
up really quick.
Most-
But
mo-
I don't know how thick. I can't speak for the thickness of toilet paper
Mm.
when it comes to having a thing.
See, now,
you know?
I want to read this. YouTube user feet/socks is the answer. Hands touch so many germs over the course of the day, you get so sick. You're not ingesting the germs. You're just tasting. You would get to find out what germs taste like, which is a fun experiment.
Yeah.
You're only getting the taste. You're not actually like
You're not
licking
you're not ingesting it. It's just the taste of
Yes.
whatever it is you touch.
You're getting the
Yeah.
sense, but not
Yeah.
anything
Now,
else.
Stibbs has also pointed out multiple times. Oh, and he adds, get a bidet. There we go. That solves the problem there. But also that we would you wash your hands with soap. It would be like washing your mouth out with soap, which
That
is
is-
definitely not fun.
That is
Nope.
the downside to the peanut butter gloves.
Mm.
It's the one kink.
We just got a tweet that I cannot read on the radio from Sam, but oh my gosh, Sam, I'm going to take a screenshot of this so I can share it with my friends because it's very, very funny. Very, very funny. Holy crap.
I need to see this. Did you
It's
tag
at
us?
USC 1620. Oh my goodness. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. You know what? I'll just copy and paste it and post it into our little chat here on StreamYard so we can all see it together. There we go. That's what Sam said.
All right. Good question, Stibbs.
That was a
Very
great
good
question.
Wherever
question.
you are.
Yeah. Very good
This is a follow-up from our conversation from last week. Actually, Dave sent this last week, but I did not see this.
Hello.
Remember when I asked about the regulation for a track baton,
Yes.
a
Yes.
relay baton?
And we got a phone call from a local coach.
We did.
Yeah, to find
Who
out,
likes
you know,
my
do
running
they
podcast.
have like I mean, is it like a baseball bat where it's got to weigh a certain amount, it's got to be a certain length, et cetera, et cetera? Dave writes, you're competing in the 4x400 relay.
Okay.
Which of these batons would you like to use?
Baton.
A pool cue, a lead pipe, or an icicle?
Say them again.
Pool cue, lead pipe, icicle.
So I assume in this hypothetical, the icicle will last the entire time, right?
Yes, but it will be very slippery, and depending
Cold.
on the icicle, yeah, it will be cold. But most of the time, if you're running, you're probably
good
running
call.
in heat.
Yeah.
But it would be very slippery, and thus the potential of not being able to pass the baton
Yeah.
would be difficult.
And hey,
Yeah.
let's add this too. If the goal is that it needs to be like they designed an icicle that they guarantee will last an entire race,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to have to be a thick icicle.
Yes.
So you're going to have a thick, slippery icicle in your hand.
Icicle.
Okay, so that's one of them. The what do you got? The pool cue and the lead pipe is the other one.
Yeah.
I think it's between the pool cue and the icicle.
Yeah.
Is what I would decide, because the lead pipe is just going to be heavier. Now the pool cue is going to be so unwieldy.
Yeah. You poke your eye
I
out.
think I'm going with.
How are you going to poke your eye out? If anything, you might poke the guy in the next lane's eye out, but you're not going to poke your eye out.
Fair enough.
I'm going icicle because at a certain point, I think that it would just kind of conform to your hand, and I think it'd be fairly easy to hold on to. So I'm going to go icicle.
You think you can hold on? What's the longest you've ever held on to like an ice cube?
God,
without-
it would be chilly though.
Yeah.
But what is this? What's the race? Do we know the distance,
It's a
John?
4x400 is what it is.
That's fine. I mean, that for us it would be. I don't know.
My answer is the
2
pool
minutes for you,
cue.
Nick? I don't know.
My
Pool
answer is
cue.
the pool cue.
Even though it's so unwieldy.
It's not really that unwieldy. Also, my hope is that there'll be a billiards table because it's a track meet. I'll be so bored to tears that I'll just have to stop. And if I see a pool table, I'll just start playing pool.
I think I'm gonna go with the pool cue.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm leaning because I can hold it closer to the bottom, so at least I can still pump my arms.
God,
feel like
I
that
mean,
would
the
help.
lead pipe would give you a better exercise. You build a little muscle
really
as you
would,
run.
Yeah.
It really would.
The pool cue would be interesting. In fact, I might actually watch an event if the baton was a pool cue just to see how awkward it would look.
You look at this. John would get into this sport.
No, I said I'd only watch it once and then I would be bored with it. And
would
be
your
like, okay,
answer
that's
change if you could taste with your hands?
Well done, Nick.
You
Well
don't
done.
know where that lead pipe has been.
Mhm.
At least with the icicle, it would be like you're drinking water, or at least the taste of water.
That's true.
Oh,
that's the name of the
Baymon.
movie.
Nick could grip any of them better with his peanut butter gloves. Another argument for the gloves. Thank you, Baymon.
Another argument for the
Well, no.
peanut butter
Okay,
gloves.
but you're saying the peanut butter is inside the glove.
Yes.
So the glove,
I imagine it would still, because it would still be kind of like puffy, you know?
Well, yeah,
you could
it
conform
would.
things.
The other thing about it is eventually that peanut butter is going to mix with the sweat of your hands. I don't know if you've worn a lot of those vinyl gloves. Your hands get very sweaty.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's sweaty peanut butter that you're eating.
That's just going to add a little more salt to the already salty peanut butter. It'll mask it. The peanut butter will mask it. I think I have solved the problem.
El Scorcho, wouldn't the icicle rip your skin off when you pass it off to the next guy?
Why would it rip your skin off?
Well, have you ever done that thing where you put salt on your hand and then hold an ice cube?
No.
No.
Well, we were dumbasses in middle school. It burns. It actually burns your skin. So if you add sweat to that mix, I could see that not being fun.
I don't know. I mean, it's just it'll melt. You know, the icicle will just melt. That'd be the real trick, is if the icicle could make it the entire distance.
I think we're assuming that it will.
Real quick before we go to break, YouTube user, 1620 summer content equals Josh running a 400 meter while holding a pool cue, trying to finish a lap before Nick finishes a hot dog.
Nice.
Make it happen.
I like this idea.
Let's make it happen.
I like this idea. This is good.
It's a fun idea.
All right, there you go. That's how Dumb Debates works. Keep sending in your dumb debates, because sometimes we'll circle back to the older ones. Some of the new ones we got this week, I've already got them saved.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up next, Josh and I are going to converse about the expansion of the tournament.
Uh-oh.
How would it look this year if it were in effect this year? Next on 1620 The Zone. don't miss your chance to win $5,000 when we get your Bleep Together giveaway. You can register online for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com. Well, speaking of getting Bleep together, Bleep has been all over the place when it comes to college athletics this week. We're talking about expanding the college football playoff, giving automatic bids, destroying the fabric of the sport as we know it. But the week actually started over the weekend with Pete Thamel's report about the seriousness of the talks about expanding the men's basketball tournament. The possibility of it maybe going up by as many as 8 additional teams, which would be 76 teams, was met with, well, it was kind of interesting, Josh, because they were doing the show from Alabama before the Auburn-Alabama game. Now, Alabama has a good basketball program, but they're not known for their basketball program. They're known for football. And while there's been a lot of conversation that, hey, the reason why this is happening is because the big conferences, they want to get more of their teams in. It was kind of interesting then in a conference that before this year wasn't necessarily seen as one of the bigger dogs and could probably have benefited from extra teams in years gone by, that this was the response from Alabama fans to the idea of expanding the tournament. To me, it indicates just how universally disliked this idea is. We love 68.
Hell, I would say, because I've heard some people, John, bring up the fact, why not just move it back down to 64? And of course, they're never going to do that. But I remember, when I first started watching college basketball, the first tournament number that I remember was 65. And I always thought this is like the weirdest thing. Why is it 65? And I know the reason why. There was a new conference that came to be after the 64. And so they added the playing game instead of just folding them in because they didn't want to take an at-large spot away. But this number, whether it's 64, 65, or even 68, it does work very uniformly with the TV schedule. And isn't that what so much of this is about? Yeah,
it's a TV product.
It is how we as fans and media members, but in particular fans, take in the event. And you'll see it. And it's funny because I know we're going to quote Seth Davis in a few moments because Seth is arguing to expand. But in his story, he said something like a lot of fans don't consider the tournament starting until, it's Thursday or Friday. And I know a lot of people feel that way, where the Tuesday and the Wednesday are filler. And if I'm home and it's on, I'll watch it. If I'm at a sports bar and I see it, I'll watch it. But it's not something that, unless my favorite team is playing in it, I go out of my way for. Meanwhile, the Thursday in particular, but the Friday as well, those are darn near national holidays, John. And so I think that there is like a fear or frustration of like, I don't want to lose what makes the Thursday and the Friday so special. And that's 4 games on at a time, 16 games over the course of 12 to 14 hours, buzzer beaters, all that stuff. People don't want that to change. I think as a society, we don't like change, but certainly this as a wonderful television product that it has been for decades now. I think that there is a frustration of, why are you trying to alter that to give me like 4 or 5 extra games over the course of a couple days? I just don't think people dig it.
Well, and that was part of Seth's reasoning. He had several different reasons why the tournament should expand. And the idea would be, in order to keep the schedule somewhat regular, would be that you would play the extra games on Tuesday and Wednesday, which of course right now are the first 4 games. So you would add those extra games to the Tuesday and the Wednesday. And his idea is, well, now you're making Tuesday and Wednesday an all-day orgy of college basketball, as the Thursday and Friday had already been. How soon we forget, but I believe the viewer fatigue is real. It is. We see it during football season, a sport that is watched by more people, where you start with college football playoff games on Wednesday or Thursday, and then they stretch through the weekend with NFL games, and then it comes back out the other side on Monday. You're talking 5 days in a row of day-long football. And I think you've seen it, especially in recent years, with whatever Monday game there ends up being. And in some years, it's been a national championship game where viewership has been down because I think viewer fatigue is real. The reason why these things are so special is because they don't happen all the time. It's not an everyday thing. This isn't baseball where there's games every single day.
Mm-hmm.
In football, we have been conditioned to having games on the weekend, something to look forward to. With this tournament, there's college basketball on every day of the week, but college basketball is also not consumed in the same numbers as college football or the NFL. But with this tournament, because of the meaningfulness of the games and the fact that Thursday and Friday have become quasi-national holidays because people either take the day off or they're not really working much and they're watching the games at work, is because they're special. But they lose their special nature if then you add 2 more days in front of it. And now we're starting the tournament on Tuesday with games all throughout the day instead of on Thursday. So I think we're forgetting about the viewer fatigue. I wanted to break down a couple of the other points that Seth Davis made and holes that I see in these arguments.
Okay.
He mentions the fact that Division I has grown since the 1980s, which is true. Yeah. The number of teams has gone up since the last meaningful expansion, when it went from 48 to 64 back in the early 80s. Division I has gone up from 282 schools to 364. So now the percentage of teams that get into the tournament, which was once around 23%, is now less than 19%. Here's the problem with this argument. The idea that these extra 82 teams that we have added to Division I, they're not going to be the ones to get these bids.
Yeah.
The extra bids, as we're going to talk about here in a moment, because we've got some Torvik numbers we're going to look at, are going to go to the big schools. The number of schools in the power conferences hasn't grown. I mean, there's been like an SMU, but remember back in the early 80s, SMU was in the Southwest Conference.
Correct.
Southwest Conference would have been considered back then a power league. So again, we really haven't grown the number of power conference schools. All these extra teams in Division I are coming from smaller leagues, the leagues that aren't going to get these extra bids.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that was the one of the arguments that I think I maybe a little bit of sympathetic to is that, as he writes, in other words, it's been 40 years since the NCAA tournament has undergone significant expansion. Like you nail it though. We're not talking about it's because we've added all these great basketball powers. It's because the sport at large, like the lower level teams, are wanting to join in on the fun, and they have tried to go up a level. So I'm somewhat sympathetic to it because the percentage of teams has dropped down. But as I know we're about to talk about, I don't really think that this would alter, the fabric of national champions moving forward, moving from 68 to a new number. I don't think it's like, oh, thank God, Team X got in, that team is going to have a chance to win the national championship now.
So if this were this year, if 78 team or 76 teams was this year, the extra teams that would get in, we're going to quote Torvik, his T-rankatology that we use when we talk about our neighborhood watch program. We're going to use that just because it's very easy for us to access. But these would be the kinds of teams that we would be talking about getting those extra bids this year. Wake Forest and SMU and North Carolina, all in the ACC.
Yep.
Xavier from the Big East. Boise from the Mountain West. So there's a non-power conference.
Yeah.
Cincinnati from the Big 12. George Mason from the A10. Santa Clara from the West Coast. So you do have a few teams that are sprinkled in, but then you're also bringing in other bubble teams like Indiana and Pittsburgh, more power conference schools. So again, most of these teams are going to be power conference teams. And we're just using this year as an example. So I went back and I looked at the resumes of these schools, the ones I just mentioned.
Okay.
And here's what you would be adding to the field. And I'm going to quote their Q1 wins. Yesterday, remember we were talking about how Nebraska's got 5 Q1 wins or 6 Q1 wins, and Creighton's got 5. And, those are the teams on the 8, 9, 10 line right now. SMU does not have a Q1 win. They're 0-4. Cincinnati is 1-8. North Carolina is 1-10.
Yikes.
Pittsburgh is 1-8. Xavier is 1-9. Oh, here we go. Someone's got 2 wins. Indiana, they're 2-11.
Wow, so they're getting tons of opportunities, but none. I mean, geez, the number of combined wins, John, basically match up with the number of wins that Creighton or Nebraska has versus Q1 teams, and you're having to go 4 or 5 deep.
And by the way, nobody in this list of 10 schools has more than 2 Q1 wins. The best record by percentage would be George Mason. Well, no, actually, it would be George Mason and Santa Clara. Santa Clara is 2-4. George Mason is 1-2.
Wow.
Against the Q1. So these are the types of teams we would be talking about.
We would not be sending our best is essentially, it would. And I know Seth mentions this, and this kind of bleeds into the next discussion of like, look, it wouldn't just be all about the slop from the power leagues. It would allow for, who was the team that he brought up? Indiana State, who had a really high net ranking last year. It would have allowed for them. And you're like, yeah, that's true, because every year, seemingly, there is some team from a mid-major that has a really good resume, and they're really high in the net rankings or in the RPI of the old days, and they end up missing out. But for the most part, you'd be talking about these types of schools that are, the low level in the ACC, the low level in the Big 12, teams that, maybe you recognize their name. Certainly North Carolina, a strong name. Wake Forest, a strong name. But when you look at the actual resume on the floor, I mean, gosh, it makes Nebraska or Creighton look like a potential Final Four team when you start comparing these teams to the resumes of either of those schools.
And wouldn't you know, I guarantee you we would get to a point where we would still be arguing the same things we argued today with the 68-team field, and that is, well, does Indiana State really belong there? Yeah, they got a good record, but look at how few good teams they played. And so a resume like Indiana's, well, they played 13 quality Q1 games.
Yeah, but you got to win.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is we would still hear some of those same arguments. So even these teams these left out teams today that might get in would probably still fall under the umbrella of the same arguments that are keeping them out of the 68-team field now. Correct. Because remember who is pushing this initiative. The power leagues are pushing this initiative, namely the SEC and the Big Ten, because they want more of their schools in. The reason why we didn't really quote a lot of SEC or Big Ten teams on this list of schools that would make it, well, that's because the SEC doesn't have many bubble teams right now because the perception of their league is so strong. And the same can be said for the Big Ten. So,
yeah, we only mentioned one, right? Indiana.
We only mentioned Indiana, and they would be a bubble team right now if this were a 76-team field. But the point is this. Again, this is going to benefit the bigger schools. Sure, you might get an extra 1 or 2 mid-majors that get into the field. Davis made another point that before 2006, the only mid-major to make a Final Four since Indiana State in 1979 was UMass in 1996.
And we've seen a ton since then.
And we've seen George Mason and Wichita and Butler and VCU and Gonzaga and Loyola and San Diego State all make the tournament. But again, folks, we're going to make these arguments, but this expanded tournament, the additional teams that will be added will primarily come from the big leagues. So you might get another deep-seated run, but it's more likely to come from a power conference school than it is a mid-major school. So I dismiss arguments that say this is good for the little guy, because we've seen in the past that's not how this thing is shaped up to be. That's not where these decisions, and they're not made in the benefit of the little guy. This is meant to try to grow the opportunities for the bigger schools. Now, what will happen? I mean, it sounds like it's almost.
I was going to say, it seems like almost a foregone conclusion at this point that this will happen. And so yet again, I feel like you and I are kind of pushing the boulder up the hill when it comes to one of these discussions. And look, I've quoted this every day this week, and so I'll do it one more time now because I've used this whenever we talk about college football, but I'll use it for this discussion because this is where it was actually written. Seth Davis said, for those that believe in growing the field by 4 or 8 teams would ruin the NCAA tournament, I would recommend they consider a far more ruinous scenario, namely the possibility that the power conferences will blow up March Madness and create a tournament of their own. That is not as fanciful as many might think. I know I've quoted it both days this week, and so now I've done it a third. But I can't help but think about that, where the pressure is going to come from those leagues, and everyone will say, all right, sounds good to me, because they would rather alter and maybe lessen what the tournament field is now, though not in numbers. They'd obviously grow it, in the name of keeping it intact and not doing something even more wild, and that is moving to a much more power-forward model where the little guys don't have as big of a seat at the table. And so You said it. This is going to result in more power teams getting in. And if teams are going to go on a run, most likely they will be power teams. One of the first 4 teams that went on the run to the Final Four was UCLA, one of the bluest of blue bloods that the sport has ever had. But if that keeps the tournament intact, I guess it is what it is, right? Like that's, I guess, what's going to happen.
Honestly, Seth Davis could have just saved all of the other words, and he could have just started with that point because
seriously,
it's defeatism.
Yeah, it really is.
We're resigned to the fact. So going back to yesterday's conversation and folks saying, well, this isn't going to ruin anything. Again, everything that is being done at the top of the sport has a trickle-down effect everywhere else. The same mentality that is threatening to blow up the world of college football as we know it is the same mentality that is going to be used with this event, the NCAA tournament, with volleyball, with baseball, with all other sports. It all has a trickle-down effect, and it all leads back to the same genesis, the same core, and that is greed and power that these conferences want to have for themselves to reshape the entire landscape of college athletics as they see it. So, I will continue to stand on that. And, and sadly, at some point, may not be this year, may not be in 5 years, I will be proven right. And I don't want to be right, but this is where it's headed because we have no one that looks out for the greater good of these sports.
Can't wait to watch Creighton or Nebraska on a random Tuesday night amongst 4 or 5 other games. It's going to be great.
Yep, it'll be a lot of fun. All right, we'll step aside for a moment, come back. We've got content coming up. Also, what's for dinner coming up in content. Tiger Woods had a boo-boo.
Uh-oh.
And how could the robo-umps affect the way we watch baseball games? It's all coming up next, 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
How does Host Coffee provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
As we draw closer to Creighton and St. John's women's basketball over on 1180 The Zone, Josh will be on the call. Let's get to some content with Nick.
Hello. UCLA led by as many as 17 points last night at home versus Minnesota before losing 64-61. They went 9 of 19 from the free throw line. Jeez, my brain stopped working there. Also last night,
It's been a long day for you, Nick.
It has. I wanted to say free throw.
Yeah, we could tell.
Also last night, Boston College beat Virginia Tech 54-36 after the Hokies put up 11 points in the first half. At one point, they went 9 minutes without scoring at all. Which fan base would you rather be today?
I mean, that's pretty bad there, Virginia Tech, but it's not like Minnesota was a good basketball team. And when you're a blue blood like UCLA and you're winning big at home and then you lose to Minnesota, I think I would rather be Virginia Tech's fan base. Expectations much lower there at Virginia Tech than it is at Westwood.
Yeah, in terms of pure frustration about the game itself, I have to imagine that Virginia Tech fans are maybe a bit more miserable. 11 points in a half. That is garbage. But once UCLA gets past it, they're still in the NCAA tournament. So, they're going to be fine. They'll be playing in the dance. Virginia Tech sucks. And so it just kind of fits in with the whole season. Neither of those are very good. 9 of 19 from the free throw line. John, can you imagine if you were calling a game where Creighton missed more free throws than they made? You'd be screaming at the floor, just make the damn shot. Just make the damn shot.
I've said this before. The worst kind of loss is when you blow a big lead. Mm-hmm. That's worse than getting blown out because you think you have it and then you let it get away. I will always hate losing a lead versus getting blown out.
Not great.
7 Chilean nationals believed to be behind the Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Joe Burrow burglaries have been charged in a connection with the crimes. They're accused of taking over $2 million in items from the string of burglaries all committed during last football season. Beyond jail time, which they will likely all get, what would be another acceptable form of punishment?
Oh, man, this is more of a dumb debates question than anything. John, I'm assuming that Nick shared this question with you earlier today. I have not seen it until right now. So do you have any ideas off the top of your head?
Well, I was thinking maybe they could be tackling dummies next training camp.
Excellent idea.
They could be forced to watch the Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl again.
Oh, God, that is a punishment for all mankind.
I mean, that would probably only happen if they got sent to Guantanamo.
I was thinking we could get them season tickets to the Cowboys.
Nick, you absolute monster.
That's not a terrible idea.
Absolute monster.
They could be forced to listen to Travis Kelce sing all of Taylor's songs.
Oh, hey, speaking of listening to things, what if it was that segment when Nick said he was of music and they just have to listen to that on repeat?
Oh, God.
For like a day. That is torture.
Or what if they had to watch Nick's version of SNL with the cast members he drafted?
Hey,
there is great punishments.
We had a really great email earlier.
Yes, we did.
And
which we talked about earlier today on the show.
We did talk about earlier, and I really like the lineup that he set up for my show.
It was very nicely done. Thank you, Brett, once again for that lineup. It brought everything back together.
Maybe the most thorough email in the history of the Grum. I know we said this earlier, but the fact that he sent all of these individual emails to all four of us. What a listener.
What a listener. Thank you. Would you rather be the Bills or Ravens over the next 3 years? So asked the Athletic Football Show on a recent podcast. Your thoughts?
Man, both teams are going to go through some changes. Now they'll still have their quarterbacks. I don't know how much longer, because get to that magic number 30 and the running back production dramatically drops. So Derrick Henry won't be the same guy in the next 3 years from now that he was this year. Bills are moving into a new stadium, so they'll be extra excited and jazzed. I think I'll pick the Bills.
That's a great call, John. I like the Ravens roster more, top to bottom. Man.
Also, keep in mind too that John Harbaugh's not getting any younger. He's been there forever. I mean, will John Harbaugh still be there in 3 years? Meanwhile, McDermott might still be there.
Yeah, I've been saying the Bills are good. The Bills are good for years. I'm gonna ride or die with them. I'm gonna say that Josh Allen still has that breakthrough Peyton Manning moment in him. So give me the Bills. Obviously, these are going to be the two most likely teams to challenge Kansas City, though, moving forward.
We know how much Josh likes the golf questions, but what he really likes are the indoor golf questions.
What?
Tiger Woods had a faux pas last night after his caddy told him he had
caddy.
I know caddy, but is it a caddy?
Mr. Gilmore, I'm your caddy.
Told him he had 99 yards to the pin. Tiger grabbed his lob wedge and smacked the ball 100 yards. Almost perfect, right? Wrong. Tiger was actually 199 yards from the hole. Woods called it the most embarrassing moment of his golf career. Do you agree?
The most embarrassing moment of his golf career is that he is participating in this sham of a thing. I am so happy that I'm not into this at all. Apparently, it was I think it went long last night, John, and it pushed the Kansas game to ESPN2 or something. It's.
Are you kidding me?
I think I saw some tweets about this
sporting event.
It's wild, man. Yeah, that does sound pretty terrible, though. How do you get that wrong? It's in real life, you pull out your little binocular and you're like, oh, hey, you could say there's error with the binocular. It's on a screen. It says the distance literally on the screen. Why can't Tiger just look at the screen? What's going on here?
I don't know how this works. It's all goofy puke. By the way, the most embarrassing moment of his golf career was when his ex-wife used one of his golf clubs to assault his sport utility vehicle. That was a little more embarrassing than this.
Mm-hmm. Not great.
Just to go back to the binocular point really quick, they have rangefinders. They just tell you.
That's what I was trying to describe. Yeah, the rangefinder. Yeah, but you don't need that when it's digital. And again, when the screen should say, do the player? I guess I should watch this.
You shouldn't watch this.
I should not watch this.
We shouldn't be breaking this down anything more than we have.
I guess that's true.
From one thing that Josh loves to another, MLB is testing the RoboUmp or ABS system this spring with the strong possibility that it could be in every game in 2026. But there could be a casualty. The on-screen strike zone, or K-zone, as first dubbed by ESPN. Why, you ask?
Why?
Because the ABS that baseball will use to make calls in the K-zone on TV might not match up, thus causing confusion. Baseball could mandate that networks no longer use it. Is this a necessary casualty?
I'm a little disappointed if this were to actually be the case. I actually like the K-zone. I if anything, believe it or not, it has given me more appreciation for umpires behind the plate.
What?
Because because it's amazing how many times they get those borderline calls. Sure, they miss a few, but they get a lot more borderline calls. And I just kind of like to have the reference point. It's one of those things where it'd be like if somehow the score bug were taken away, right? Once you add something, it's hard to take it back away. And so we won't have that point of reference. I understand why it may have to happen, because what if the K-zone showed it was a strike, but the actual ABS said it wasn't? You'll get people, flipping out. So I understand why the logic there is behind it to maybe get rid of it, but I would be disappointed if the K-zone would be gone.
Yeah, it's so funny, John, to think back to when the K-zone was first introduced and how much anger and frustration there was from people. And I think even I was a part of it. It's like, get this crap off my TV. I don't need this strike zone. And now it's ubiquitous. Every baseball game you watch, it has it, at least on national television. And when you watch a game that doesn't have it, the broadcast is suddenly missing something. It's like, I think I loved the yellow line immediately, but suddenly when not every broadcast would have the yellow line, you were like, what in the world? I remember when CBS first introduced the line of scrimmage line, and I was like, this is stupid. And of course, you grow to love it, and you grow to very much need and appreciate it on every broadcast. This would be, I would say that this is a bummer. I understand it, though. Like, you just don't want the visual of it looks like a strike on the K-zone, but it's not a strike with the robot. I am a big fan of this move. I think that this is going to be really, really good. The poor umpire, the robots are coming for our jobs, and it starts with the umpires of baseball.
I like the K-zone a lot. I'd be sad to see it go. Josh, you're minutes away from calling St. John's at Creighton. What should people keep an eye, or ear rather, on when they tune in on 1180 at the top of the hour?
This is a team, John, that forces a lot of turnovers. They're the 20th best scoring defense in the entire country. They forced 22 Butler turnovers in their win. St. John's did on Sunday. They won that game by 18 points. They've been averaging close to 18 points per game off of turnovers this year. Their offense has very much struggled, though, and so it's an interesting matchup for the Jays, just in terms of we know what Creighton's offense has been able to do, and even when they've struggled at times, they've only lost 4 times, so they really haven't struggled. But even when they do, the defense has more than made up for it. I think it happened again over the weekend in their win over Georgetown. They won that game by 22 points. I can't believe it, man. The regular season is so close to coming to an end. This Creighton offense is top 15 nationally in a ton of categories, including assist to turnover ratio. So I love that. I love that kind of matchup where you got one team that forces a lot of turnovers, another team that barely ever turns the ball over. And so ultimately how this matchup is going to work tonight should be pretty interesting.
Hockey legend Bobby Hull was found to have CTE according to research done after his death 2 years ago. Hull had been suffering from short-term memory loss and other issues prior to his death. Is this going to always be an effect of playing these types of sports, or is there more we can do to prevent it?
Oh, there will always be research done in hockey and football, boxing and sports where, head injuries and concussions are more prevalent. But this is one of those dirty little things about these sports is you can't totally avoid it. You can put all the guardian caps on, you can limit the amount of big hits, but these sports are inherently violent, just as I've said many times, the world of racing, it is an inherently dangerous sport, and you cannot take the possibility of serious injury or death away, because if you take away the danger, you take away the essence of the sport. I mean, when you're going very, very fast and something bad happens, it's going to cause problems. If you're a sport that relies on physicality, if you take away the physicality, then you've lost the essence of what it is. So the pursuit of trying to make it safer will always be there, and to make the equipment better will always be there. But this is going to be one of those things we're just going to have to deal with until we decide we can't take it anymore. And of course, when you're talking about sports like hockey and football, they're very passionate fan bases. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Every time we talk about CTE to this degree, I always think of the book about it in the NFL in particular, and how it begins with a story about a woodpecker and how a woodpecker is able to peck wood without any sort of brain injury. And it's because of the evolution of that animal, that bird rather, and how their brain is situated inside of their tiny, tiny skulls. Ours are not like that. Ours do not have the cushion. And so you can do all of the stuff you want with equipment. We've seen the Guardian caps come to football, of course, in recent years. They have been, long trying to design helmets beyond that are safer and safer. But our brains are built a certain way inside of our skulls, and dangerous sports are always going to be dangerous. And, there would be, I guess you could do everything you want to legislate. I mean, you can't really legislate hits out of hockey, though, right? Like it's a physical sport. And even if you try to, you still have accidental hits, and it's still a sport that is moving very, very fast. So there's ultimately not a good answer other than the athletes themselves know what they are getting into. At least the research now is better than it's ever been before. So you have an understanding. What it ultimately is going to come down to, John, is parents and allowing their sons and daughters to play hockey or football or whatever at a younger age, and what that will lead to if 10% of the youth isn't there. Well, are you losing out on 10% of future stars? Maybe you are.
Formula One is discussing the introduction of an extra mandatory pit stop for the Monaco Grand Prix to try to improve the on-track spectacle, according to The Athletic. Do I think this is going to help matters much?
Let's see. I'm going to guess, Nick, that an extra mandatory pit stop. I don't even know what is this supposed to help. I'm going to say, Nick, that you think no.
So the point of the mandatory pit stop in general in Formula One is to add a strategy to the race. You have to have two different sets of tires throughout the race, and it's supposed to shuffle things up so people like Max Verstappen aren't leading the entire time. Monaco, the problem with Monaco is that the cars have outgrown the track. It's a very narrow street circuit, and the cars are just way too big now. So when you watch Monaco, even with the first mandatory pit stop, it doesn't really change anything. That's the only time passing actually happens. Jokes aside, John. In truth, this is really the only thing they can do if they want to keep Monaco on the schedule and try to shuffle it up more than it has been. So, yes, I think it'll help, but it's only because there's nothing else they can do, because there's no way they're going to make the cars smaller, even though that's what I would prefer.
John, do you agree?
I mean, I don't know if it will help a whole lot, because usually the guys who have the fastest cars and the best drivers usually have the best pit crews. So their pit stops are usually faster. Sure, it'll add an extra stop, but I never like to manufacture drama. This is kind of an equivalent of, the NBA's magic timeout. It's trying to manufacture something into the sport that shouldn't have to be there. So yeah, Nick's right. I mean, the cars are probably 40% larger than they were 30 years ago, and probably 70% larger than they were when this, track first hosted a Grand Prix. So yeah, the cars are just way too big. If you watch this race, it looks like when we're driving our bus through downtown Manhattan, where we're having to go down narrow streets, and I'm amazed that our bus drivers never hit anything. But that's what it's like, and it doesn't lead to great racing. Coming up next, it's What's for Dinner on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Well, once again, I didn't have the chili last night because the wife made some noodles and stuff. So I just gave up, and I just had the chili for lunch today.
Wow.
I told you to put it in the freezer, John.
Yeah, John put it in the freezer.
I knew this was going to happen.
You did, Nick. You called it yesterday. I'm at the arena. Now, 2 games ago, when I was last here, they had pizza. So my guess is, at the most recent game, which was Sunday against Georgetown, or Saturday, whatever day it was, I was not here. I'm guessing they had something other than pizza. So I'm going to guess that as I run downstairs real fast and get ready for the game, that I'll be having pizza for dinner. That's my guess.
I also did not have leftover chili last night, but that's because she made like this kielbasa, not jambalaya kind of thing with rice, and it was really good.
You eating rice?
Yeah, I know. Crazy. What a concept.
Interesting.
I'll probably have chili tonight, though. I like chili.
All right. There you go. That's what's for dinner. Let's see. Tomorrow is
Thursday.
Allegedly one day closer to the end of Hoth on Earth.
Dude, we're getting close, John. It looks like it's going to be nice and warm soon.
You just extended it 10 more days, Josh.
You settled down.
Probably did. We'll have a recap of tonight's Penn State Nebraska game and a whole lot more coming up on tomorrow's Grum. Robin Washut will be along.
Nice.
Let's see.
That's it. Remember, that's our only Thursday regular now.
That's right.
Football season is dead.
That's right. That is true. I keep forgetting about that. But, I'm trying to think.
Should we preview the Combine, John? The NFL Combine?
No, but we will identify I don't care.
Oh. I've had it on my sheet since Monday. I can't wait to finally discuss what I don't care.
I love this segment. This segment is quickly becoming a favorite of mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I understand why John likes to get on a soapbox so much after this segment.
Interesting.
Because, the soapbox usually is right.
It feels good.
It does. All right. That's the Grum. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Josh, have a great call.
Thank you.
And we'll all talk to you tomorrow right here on 1620 The Zone. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Goodbye.
From the Plumberite Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash still has 2 right lanes blocked on eastbound I-80 just before Q Street, causing delays back to at least 144th. A wreck on westbound I-80 has the right lane blocked just before Giles. That's causing delays all the way back to 72nd. Also slow going on southbound 680 between Dodge and eastbound I-80. You're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to about 132nd. And still seeing some slow movement on the northbound and southbound North Freeway around Stores Expressway. I'm Mike Neville.